Hello and welcome back to Shadows of Cedar Point, a World of Darkness game ran by me, Nicholas Reimer. We're going to go ahead and get back into this after a quick recap that I'm going to give. In our last session, we ended with the two unlikely allies driving down the Walnut Road towards the old iron mill looking for the Davis boy, except for they were stopped by something in the middle of the road. Alice was able to stop herself from crashing into it, and they found some strange paranormal sorts of interactions with it when they shined its light on it and the black residue left presumably by the creature itself. As freaked out by the happening, they see this thing shift off into the trees. They get back into the car and they head back towards Cedar Point, but not before Xander takes one last look back and sees something in the back of the mirror that he can't describe. Something that's still out there by Lake Walnut. The two return home. They go their separate ways and they sleep, except for this time with lights on all night. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start us off with a simple check to see how you guys are doing. If I could get you both to roll me let's go ahead and give me a resolve and stamina. Resolve plus stamina check real quick. Alrighty. I want to see how your guys' if you're able to slip to sleep and if you're able to rest. It's looking like Alice is doing pretty all right.
I screwed that up.
Oh, that's good.
There we go.
Xander, actually, you're able to get a little bit of rest, but you're not doing well. Whereas Alice is able to actually drift to sleep quite easily. What dreams she has aren't haunted by what she has seen, and she's able to get some pretty good recoup. Xander's, on the other hand, he's able to rest, but his rest comes infrequently, and it doesn't stay with him very long. Morning comes, and you feel like maybe you've just lost hours, if you've ever had that sensation.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, more than likely, Xander would have tried to sleep. Tried to bed down, tell himself that surely he just seen things, that there's not really anything to worry about or whatever. But he couldn't, and he couldn't shake that image of what he seen when he stuck his head out that car window to look back as they were driving away. So he probably would have done what he normally does when he needs to really relax. He probably would have went back into his closet, cracked into his little stash that he set aside for himself, got really, really high, and sat up all night watching kung fu movies.
God bless.
You gotta do what you gotta do, man. With the lights on, of course.
What about Alice? How did Alice deal with the night, other than, of course, what we know?
Okay, this is how I think it probably went. I think that Alice. Hey, sorry, my cat is being an asshole. I think Alice got back to like the area, the college where the dormitory is. And then basically almost immediately left again to go to like some sort of house party or like frat party or whatever. got drunk to forget what the fuck happened, and essentially got a ride back and managed to pass out. So it was essentially, it's like taking your dog on a walk. She wore herself out so that way when she got back, she was chill enough to just pass out.
So what you're saying is Xander went home like a good boy, and she went out and partied like a deviant.
Yes.
That's a nice little juxtaposition there.
That is quite the interesting turn of events.
Mhm.
So we'll go ahead and start with we'll start with Xander. It's early. Let's say it's 9:30 a.m. Early-ish by my standards, of course. What's Xander's plan for the day?
Is this the very, very next day?
Yes, it's just been the night.
So it's been a long, it's been a long night for Xander, and like I said, he wasn't getting much sleep. He probably dozed here and there, but he'd probably get up, immediately do with the wake and bake ritual. This is more calm the nerves, try to keep telling himself everything's okay. He at this point he's probably almost managed to convince himself that he probably was just still had a little bit of a contact eye or something from earlier in the day, and sure, maybe he picked up the wrong water bottle or something, and drank one that was spiked or something. He bunch of different little situations playing out in his head, trying to wrap his mind around the whole thing. But yeah, he'd get his stash, and he'd grab his special little bong that he has hidden, and then a bit after that, probably about 10 minutes of just kind of chilling in his room, kind of working out the composure to leave. He'd probably go out and surprise his parents by being up before noon for the first time in forever.
So when you go out there, both your both your father and your mother are sitting at the lunch table, and they're getting ready. Your dad, Richard, is getting ready for work, and Laura is still finishing her eggs and bacon. She kind of gives you a look, surprised that you're up, before inviting you to sit down at the table and eat breakfast with them.
It would kind of he would kind of do it, like he'd walk over there, but his actions would be a lot less like normally he'd walk up or something, greet the strange looks with a dumb comment or like a just something, but he kind of just saunters over and sits down. He's kind of got his hand in his head, or his head in his hands rather, just rubbing his temples a little bit. He looks like he's had a long night. It's obvious he hasn't slept, and probably obvious that he might not be exactly sober or in various stages of sobriety.
So Rick is finishing putting on his overalls and his knee pads, and he kind of gives you a look. He's got his hard hat under a hand, and he just kind of very gruffly, you look like hell.
Yeah.
Stay out all night again?
Something like that. He kind of shakes his head a little bit, trying to clear the fuzz. He looks back at Dad and kind of musters up a small smile. He's like, it's just I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
Might be coming down with something.
Well, don't get your mother sick. She's still got the 9 to 5s all week, and you know how our rent's being. So just don't get anybody else sick with it. He kind of gives you a look before he starts heading out. All right, honey, I'm out. I'll see you tonight. And then he leaves.
Have a good day at work, Dad.
Laura kind of shifts a little bit before looking to you. You know he's trying now. You're not the easiest to get along with, Xander. Maybe if you actually stayed at home some of these nights and actually spent time with him, you two might actually be able to get along a little bit better.
Kind of pulls back a little bit, taking a bit of a defensive posture. Normally, this is the part where he'd kind of like grit in a little bit and kind of start butting heads back. But after the shit last night, it's kind of, he's not 100% there. His mind is completely elsewhere. So he kind of pulls back up a little bit, and he looks like he might say something for a second, and then he just kind of like lets it drop and kind of gives a small nod. Yeah, I'll do better, I guess.
She kind of nods for a second before she kind of like looks off to the side. So, how was your night? I know that you left with Alice last night.
Yeah, we went out into the woods. We're gonna go. He kind of stops.
Yeah, Officer Blake told me. Is there something you need to tell us?
No, it's just.
I didn't know you had Is she like your girlfriend or?
No, it's honestly, she it's stupid. It's so stupid. She had this thing in her head and she wanted to go like look for one of those kids that went missing. I think she thought she might actually know where they were hiding or some shit. And I figured I had nothing better to do, so I was gonna tag along, and it's just he just shakes his head again, and just kind of zones out a little.
She gives you this strange look before kind of signed herself. No, that was probably my fault. Last week, the Blackwell, Jonathan, he went missing, and they were running the papers all day for it. And this week, both his dad and the Davis boy, they went missing as well. So,
right. He kind of like snaps his fingers a little bit. Yeah. Officer Logan was mentioning something like that. The kid's dad, Officer Blackwell, went missing. What?
He never turned back in for his shifts the following day. The following day after Jonathan went missing. I think that Sheriff Kelly just thinks that he kind of became a little unglued and started looking for him.
He kind of nods his head. Yeah, I mean, if my kid went missing, I guess I'd be looking for him too. So he shrugs.
So first you leave with a girl, and now you're talking about if you had a kid?
There's just this blank look of abstract horror, and he just kind of like holds up his hand. No, don't do that thing where you start talking about grandkids.
It's nothing like that. It's just, I used to be a teacher, so when kids start showing patterns,
See, this is why I don't come out of my room till 1:30.
Look, just
no.
I don't want you guys getting in trouble. You know that you weren't supposed to be going to the mill.
He shrugs.
It's Xander. It's really dangerous. It was condemned for a reason.
Like I've been there 100 times. I'll be fine.
Have you?
Since
when?
I've been around. I like to go for walks in the woods. Okay, like
The mill is almost 2 miles away.
I like long walks. Look, he just he puts his hand in his head and he's like, okay, Mom. A lot of kids do it. Like everybody does it.
Do marijuana too. Does that make it right?
He just kind of holds up a finger. Um, he just gets up. He goes to the fridge and starts looking for some orange juice. I'm really thirsty all of a sudden. I'm just really thirsty.
Yeah, you're able to find yourself some orange juice. It's a little bit past expiration date.
It is worth noting that in his stupor and worry about this morning and whatnot, he probably didn't do that thing that most people do when they're trying to hide that they've been smoking and light up some incense. He probably just forgot.
You get the feeling that she doesn't know.
But he'd pour himself a glass. You want some? I'm trying to change the subject.
She kind of looks at you for a moment before she shakes her head. She kind of cusses under her breath before pushing herself up and grabbing her keys. Oh, I forgot I was working early today. Look, lock up when you leave, okay? And I mean it.
Yeah,
Stay
yeah.
in the mill.
I won't go to the mill.
You hear the door shut, and then the screen glass door or the screen door slam shut behind it. The sound of her busted up old truck starting, and then her heading to work.
He does that thing where he kind of like adjusts his collar a little bit, you know, just maybe hiding the pot leaf tattoo a bit. He normally might try to cover just a little bit when he's around his mom, just because he's probably used to the fights and just tired of him, doesn't want to avoid him anymore. He'd frown a bit as she leaves and would set about it, making himself some eggs or something.
All right, let's go to Alice while she's waking up in the morning.
Sweet. Oh man, how nice are these dorms?
So they're pretty okay. They're pretty nice. And if you're wondering, you know, it might be Tuesday, but it is also summer break.
You're right.
You're not in any worry of being.
She's just a nerd.
Yeah. They're nicer. Mm-hmm. But they're as nice as you'd expect from a small town. Community college.
Right.
Somewhat small, kind of rustic.
Yeah, well, anything to keep from having to.
Your restroom doesn't have an actual sink in it. You don't have a kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Right outside of your bathroom is a sink, which you use for your dishes and for washing your hands.
Yeah. Yeah. I am familiar with that sort of setup.
It is worth noting that you do have a two-person dorm, but your mother paid off so that you could have the entire thing for yourself.
Hey, that's nice.
You get the feeling that she just didn't want you home.
I mean,
oof, even my mom lets me stay.
I mean, to be fair, Alice probably gave out an air of not wanting to go home. So I think it's unspoken, but vaguely mutual. Yeah, so she wakes up after like basically forcing herself to get a good sleep through dancing and alcohol. Probably does her basic routine: shower, brush her hair, brush her teeth, that sort of shit. And part of that routine is probably standing like in front of the mirror for a little bit and trying to figure out what to do with her day, because when school's in session, then she has classes and that's perfectly like consuming. But then summer rolls around and she's slightly younger. I think we said she was a senior, right? She skipped like a year or two.
She is a senior, but she skipped a year.
Yeah. So being younger than the average senior and sort of like having that small boost. A lot of kids have a tendency to have trouble making friends when they have that sort of boost, and Alice is no different. I think after looking in the mirror for a bit, she decides that she can't stay here. Mostly because she has no food for breakfast. So yeah, I think she gets dressed, she goes out of her dorm, she locks it, and is starting to head towards her car to head towards the diner for some breakfast.
All right, so you head out from the college over to I'm assuming you're going to Marmots.
Yeah.
So you head to Marmots, and obviously they're still serving breakfast. Inside you see a tired looking Sheriff Kelly sitting across from Giles Walter. Giles looks pretty tired, but you've been around town enough to know that he's probably just getting ready to go to bed rather than just getting up. He runs the late shift on Cedar FM, so
yeah, he's my favorite late night show host.
Yeah. Do you are there other than those two? There's nobody really in here that are persons of interest to you.
Great.
It is kind of busy though.
Yeah. I think that she sort of puts on, the small town worried face, and very quickly but sort of gingerly goes up to their booth and like leans over and is just sort of like, hi, is Kelly just like an officer?
She's a sheriff.
Sheriff. Okay.
She's actually relatively new. She's only been here for about 2-3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
She took over right before Blackwell went missing, and that's you might not know this as much. It might not be as important to you,
Mm-hmm.
but Lieutenant Logan was best friends with the previous sheriff. We talked about that last game. He mentioned that. So a lot of the like good pull that Xander had previously, it's kind of gone because Sheriff Kelly's a little bit more strict when it comes to rule of law and justice and stuff like that. She's less willing to let things slide when people are in the wrong.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I don't think Alice is very aware of that. I think she has sort of like the affluenza mindset where like, well, if I get caught, I can just pay them off.
Hmm.
um but yeah, so she leans over and she addresses Kelly, and she goes, "Hi, Sheriff. Um, sorry to interrupt your breakfast slash dinner." And she turns to Giles when she says dinner. um, I was just wondering if you guys had found Davis.
Uh, she kind of gives you a look before shaking her head. No, uh, you were. I think you were heading back to town right when we were coming back from the search. We haven't been back out yet.
Hmm.
Why are you interested in searching as well?
Yeah, I would love to help. Um, when are you, when is everybody like planning on doing that again?
She kind of gives you a shrug before looking back to Giles. Uh, I'm pulling a few local strings, so to speak, to get an announcement sent out real quick over Cedar to see if maybe we can get a little bit more manpower. But we're hoping to get out there about noon. Um, you've never been a part of a search party before, have you?
No.
She gives you some pretty basic information on how it'll work. Basically, there are going to be some people. There's already people out there who are looking, but the search party will basically be a line of people who are going to be walking towards the iron mill and then back out. And after a moment, she kind of she kind of chuckles before shaking her head. And I know that you want to help and you don't want to be a part of this thing, but I don't know. I think that maybe I think that maybe I think that we probably have it under wraps. Um, Look, I've been working on a case like these for a while. If he is missing and he is there, I don't like giving people false hope, and I think that's the last place that a young girl like you should be when, well, she kind of gestures vaguely.
Hmm.
Giles actually laughs. Well, I don't think that's really your. I don't really think that's your call to make there, Sheriff. I know that there are people in this town who believe in the good of the town and the good of the people, and if they want to put themselves out and be around that, that's their decision. You can't make that decision for them. It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing that she wants to do. Kelly kind of shrugged for a moment before smiling his way. That's true, Giles, but you also have to understand that as long as I wear this badge, when stuff like that happens, when people need to make those hard decisions or people need to see these terrible things, that's why I do it. And I would prefer not to have anybody get in the way. She kind of glances to you before offering you a smile. There's something unnerving about the smile. It's nothing sinister. It's just you feel this disconnection with this woman.
Hmm.
Like she'd been wearing her badge for so long that she no longer really feels like a person. Uh, do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I think I do.
Giles kind of leans over and he reaches over. He's an older guy, maybe in his late 60s.
Hmm.
He puts his wrinkled hand on your shoulder. I'll tell you what. How about if it makes you feel any better?
Hmm.
How about we see if maybe we can get our own overnight thing going on over there if Sheriff Kelly can't find anything. Sheriff Kelly kind of like seems to go irate. You can't. It's a condemned building. Nobody's going out there without our supervision. He's like, yeah, sure. I know that they're not, but people can, the woods around it. There's plenty of places we could look that isn't the mill, and I think that maybe looking into those areas might be the best decision. You're not scared of the woods, are you? And he smiles towards you.
Alice smiles back and she says, "No, not really."
Go ahead and so in the diner. The diner is a circular. It's like a square.
Mhm.
Over in the right hand, it's like a square, and in the center there is a bar that is shaped like a square, and then it goes back into the kitchens. And then there are booths around the outside. And then in the back corner, off to the right hand side, there is a hallway that leads back into the bathrooms. As this conversation is going, and after Giles asks if you're scared of the dark, you hear a snap. It's pretty loud. You hear a "damn it" come from a very irate Laura Owens, who steps out of the center island to look back into the back room. The light had burned out. She kind of cusses under her breath before stepping back into the dark and then opening up a cabinet to go look for some lights.
Alice's head sort of snaps towards the sound, and she probably looks at that dark spot a little too intensely for a little too long.
Go ahead and roll me a wits investigation.
Wits investigation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aw, that's terrible.
It's dark.
It's dark.
You can't see anything, nothing of note.
Yeah, she looks at it for a moment longer, frowns when she doesn't see anything, and turns back to Giles. What was the question again?
Is that an out-of-game question or in-game question?
In-game.
He kind of laughs before he leans over on it. Leans over a little bit. Just wishful thinking. Go ahead and go get yourself some breakfast. You look famished. I'm just finishing up here, and I think I'm gonna head out actually. So if you want my spot, you're more than welcome to it. But I think that Sheriff Kelly wants her alone time. The sheriff kind of waves a hand dismissively as Giles steps up and then starts outside. He puts on his. He's got this large, like white trilby hat, like a white gray hat, and he wears a white coat as well, like a big white coat. You can't help but shake the feeling that he has this investigator look to him. Like in some noir movie, he might be able to be like some noir investigator looking for or dealing with all the dames with legs that go on for days and days. As he heads out to his car, you can't help but shake the feeling that feeling would just, or that image would be completed if it was just raining and just a little bit darker. You are left obviously in the in the cafe.
Right. She sort of gives Sheriff Kelly a nod and a thank you. Are there any free booths? Just with no one?
There are no free booths, but there are locations at the bar.
Okay. She'll probably just take up a seat at the bar then.
Okay.
Yep. Orders some basic breakfast, eggs, maybe some hash browns.
On that, are you not? Your character's vegetarian, isn't they? Aren't they?
I think she likes it. I think she likes vegetarian stuff. I don't know if she is a
She's not active vegetarian. Okay, cool.
I think
I know that previously the
she tells everybody she's vegetarian, but she's really not.
Okay, so first off, fuck you. That's exactly who I am.
Actually, I think that's an interesting character point. Yeah, okay, she'll be a vegetarian. Oh, what do vegetarians eat for breakfast?
Pancakes.
Pancakes? Cool. She'll have that.
So you order pancakes. Pancakes are on their way.
Great.
Let's go back to Xander's for a second because he's it's been a minute. What's Xander's been doing? What has Xander been doing? Not Xander's. I don't know why I keep saying S.
He's probably sitting at his table. He's made himself some eggs and toast, and maybe a piece of bacon or two. It's very light compared to like the normal amount that he'd probably be eating if he smoked this much any other time. But like he's still kind of got that shaky, like not nauseous, but not nauseous feeling in his stomach. He's kind of poking at it and maybe forcing himself to take a few bites here and there. He's got his hand out on the table, just kind of trying to drum out like the same beat he was last night, but failing. It's obvious like his heart's not in it. After a moment, he probably has his phone like sitting next to him. The beat up razor that definitely shows some abuse, like he's dropped it and maybe kicked it down the road once on accident or something. It's all scuffed and shit. He'd kind of pick it up and start like tapping it on the table. And after a moment, he'd probably flip it open. He'd shoot Alice a text asking what's up. It'd just say sup.
Alice gets a text. It says
She opens up her phone, realizes she probably has 2 or 3 texts, glares at the other 2 like weird ones, which are also just hey, but they don't have names to them. And opens up
from her
Xander's
giving out her number at the back.
from the fucking from the bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
That's such a weird coincidence, huh?
Oh, weird. Crazy. She pulls up Xander's text and like glances over at him. I assume she's probably seen him by now.
He's at home.
Oh, is he at home? Oh my.
Yeah, he's at home.
Gotcha. Okay. Then she just sort of texts back. Text miss. What's up? Very formal.
He'd kind of look at it, type out a message, back, think for a second, take a bite of his egg, type out another message, back, and the one he'd eventually send out is long night, huh? Question mark.
She sends back meh, followed closely with I found a way to deal with it, so I'm good. Are you okay?
He'd like frown at that. At this point, he's kind of probably talked himself into the idea that maybe he was just like maybe tripping, or maybe he was just imagining it. He's not completely convinced that she's seen the same shit he did. And he's definitely like too worried to, like, maybe even bordering on afraid to ask. He keeps typing out the message and then deleting it. And if anyone was there, like, look at it, it'd be pretty clear that there's something, that the whole thing is weighing on him. And he's trying to like work out the best way to handle it, because again, he's not quite sure if like what happened, but surely of course it couldn't have happened. So like maybe he fucked up and like what there was something wrong with him, and he's worried he ruined things. He fucked up the night somehow, because surely that wasn't what happened. That couldn't have been. He was just overactive imagination kind of thing. But anyway, he'd end up sending her a message after a bit. I'm thinking about going back. You in?
She receives the text, glances over. I assume Laura's probably like changing the light bulb as she gets it, or
Yeah.
is finished up, and very deliberately just types out, yeah, I'm in. Sends it.
Yeah. Kind of glances at the message and takes a bit of a breath. Where do you want to meet?
I think she responds with a question of her own, and the question is, oh, what, you meant like right now? Like, go back right now.
He types out, I ain't waiting until it's dark again, and then like deletes it and says no time like the present.
Coward.
She types out,
while you're typing, he starts doing that thing where he sends like multiple messages that like should have been in the same message, but like they're separate. No time like the present. Better chance to find it, or better looking for at day anyway. No, hard to find at night. He's just like typing a continuous string of like.
She types like a small paragraph that essentially goes, if you're going to talk to me, talk in full sentences. My
I get charged per text.
I get charged for text. No,
Okay,
she doesn't
will
put
do.
that.
Smiley face, XOXO.
Her message is, if you're going to text me, text in full sentences. Also better for cops to catch us. Also, there's probably going to be cops there. Do you really want to get caught by cops?
Caught doing what? Question mark.
Caught fucking around in an abandoned mill where we're not supposed to be.
He frowns at this, kind of just looking at the phone like, fucking square, He's...
I'm the square?
How I hope they don't catch us when we're looking for a missing kid.
Cheap. He sends back, how dare we be, or try to be good civilians, or how dare we try to do our civic duty.
I'm sorry that I'm not convinced that us trying to do a good thing will outweigh the fact that we're in a place that we're not supposed to be legally with Kelly Hardass.
He's like, who the fuck's Kelly?
I don't think that he knows who Kelly is.
He just thinks that it's like Kelly Hardass. Oh, Officer Hardass? Question mark. LOL.
Yes, Sheriff in all caps Hardass.
Sits there and he's kind of looks at. He's like, Officer Logan's moving up in the world.
They're on 2 different wavelengths.
He messaged her back. He's just like, well, I'm going. You could come if you want. Like, if you're too afraid, I'd understand.
She sends back, I'm eating breakfast. Let me finish my breakfast, with an angry, frowny face.
Okay.
Emoji.
He just sends back K.
She actually responds to that with, but we can meet at, what's it fucking called?
Marmots?
Lumberjack fuel? Marmots?
Lumberjack.
He messaged back, I'll be there in a bit.
Cool, great. She messages back with K.
He
and then
messages back K.
goddamn. And then she, I assume her food's probably out.
Yeah, it's of course it's
Yeah.
like you described. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
That vegetarian shit. Launch.
There's gonna be somebody listening that's like, pancakes aren't vegetarian.
Yeah,
And
they're
I'm like,
gonna
well,
be like, there's eggs in there, and I'm like, oh.
is there?
Batter?
Do they have eggs?
Batters tend to be made with eggs.
Well, goddamn, these are vegetarian pancakes.
Okay.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you could make some with just baking powder, sugar, and like flour.
Yeah, there's
But
definitely a
most
way
batters
of
is eggs and milk and things like that.
yeah. So considering that Marmot's Diner had a portobello burger, I just was like, yeah, well, if they have that, then they probably have a vegetarian way of making pancakes. And considering all the rich douchebags who live in town, they're probably pretty used to having like a diverse menu in that sort of way. So I'm not too worried about it. There's basically a vegetarian version of everything nowadays. But yeah, so she just sort of sets her phone down and digs in.
While you're eating, is there anything else that you're doing specifically, or just you gonna enjoy your meal?
I think she blocks the two random people who've messaged her just out of not wanting to deal with that.
You get a phone call,
Oh yeah. Okay. Is it a
unknown number.
yeah, sure, she'll answer it. Hello?
There's silence.
It's usually polite to say hello.
I did say hello.
You hear a soft, like crackling noise, like the other end is having a hard time getting reception.
Mhm. Hello?
Why did you leave? Your hair sticks up on end, the back of your neck, and then up your arms like a wave.
Mhm.
The phone call ends.
I think she's a little shell shocked. So she definitely just like sits there for a moment with her phone up to her ear before she slowly takes it away and looks at the screen. Puts her phone down. Stares at her food. Tries to like rubs at the goosebumps and then I guess tries to finish her food. Oh jeez.
About this time, as you're finishing up your meal,
Mhm.
I imagine this is the time that Xander would be showing up if he was heading to the diner.
Yeah, he'd just like
Is he bringing
after their conversation or whatever, he'd just put his phone in his pocket and he'd just be like, "Message me in complete sentences, me 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 me." You know, just kind of like muttering under his breath and he just grumbling and puts his phone in, grabs his like jacket and whatnot, and fucks off out the door. He like gets halfway to the driveway or whatever, where I'm sure he's got like some like fucking hand-me-down beater car or something. And then he'd stop, and then he'd go back and lock the door. So he'd remember to go lock up the house and shit. Before heading back, yeah, he'd go that way.
Are you are bringing? What are you bringing with you? Everything that you're bringing last night?
Yeah, he'd just grab his backpack.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't think he would think through at this point to grab anything he hasn't already grabbed. Maybe just like a can of bug spray or something, if they happen to have a can in the house, just something like that, and then just that would be about it. He wouldn't put too much thought into it.
So your ship box pulls up to Marmot's Diner. You see Alice sitting at the bar. You see Officer Kelly. Those are the only two notes. Of course, there's your mom here, but she's working.
Yeah, I'd give her a nod if like she caught my eye or I caught her eye or whatever, but I wouldn't like. God, that cat is so dumb. I wouldn't go out of my way to like distract her or anything while she's working or taking orders or anything like that, because that's a dick thing to do. But yeah, I guess it just kind of head over to the table, sit down, give her an overly exasperated look. You still eating? How, like, it's been like 20 minutes.
I had a phone call, so it's whatever.
Yeah, you're always on that damn thing.
She rolls her eyes. I'm sorry. Do you not answer your phone when it rings?
Depends on the ringtone. He gives a small grin.
She rolls her eyes. Anyway.
Does she still look like shaken or worried?
Probably.
Okay. Well, if it was a notedly visible thing, like at this point he'd kind of, are you alright?
It was a weird call.
How so?
And she like glances back at Kelly. And like shifts so that she can talk low. So that like hopefully if like people are being snoopy, they'll have a harder time hearing her. And she just says, so I answered and there was silence for a little bit. And then someone asked, "Why did you leave?" And then hung up on me.
Go ahead and roll me a expression and or sorry, not expression. Sorry, let's go with composure and subterfuge.
Okay, so that's just composure because that's all I got. All right. Yikes. So,
Did you say yikes?
Yeah, I'm still like trying to get a hold of like what's a success and what's not.
So
I saw the 3 and I was like,
Generally 6s and ups are success, but it kind of depends on the difficulty of the roll.
Gotcha.
But your average like rule of thumb is, a 6 is a good one.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so you got 2 successes. Even if there were people eavesdropping, you have the feeling with how close you are, because you're pretty close to them, that your secret is safe with him.
Cool, great.
Xander. As she's telling you this, you notice your mom gives you a look. She smiles at you.
give her a notable roll of the eyes, but also a tiny little, tiniest smirk, maybe just a little itty bitty smirk. Um, he'd kind of lean in a little close. I mean, he would have followed, Alice's glance as it trailed from the Officer Kelly and back, and he kind of noticed her, like, get a little more serious and lower his voice, and he starts paying a little bit of more attention to that. I mean, it's obvious he's been around some people before that don't exactly like to talk openly or loudly around police officers, himself included. He finds that to be a fair trait to have, but it is a little suspicious, particularly in this case. So there's kind of the small, odd look that crosses his face, but he like positions himself a bit and leans in on the table, so he's got his arms and shoulders kind of resting, folded up on it, so he could lower his voice and turn a little bit. But it more looks like he's slouching and maybe about to fall asleep, because it's clear that he's had a long night,
Yeah.
Wait, what? Why'd you leave? As in, he blanks. Leave what? Like,
She shrugs and shakes her head, and she's like, uh, I mean, are you? she she was sitting really straight up, with shoulders squared, and that's her thing, and her shoulders sort of droop a little bit, and she lowers her head, to sort of match, not match, since he's slouching so much, she's not matching the slouch, but um she's looking a bit confused, and she's like, are you okay? You don't look great.
it's I didn't sleep. I didn't sleep much last night.
Ah. You remember what happened, right?
He goes notably a little pale, but just kind of runs his hand back, and he's just scratching the back of his neck. It's a bit hazy, but yeah, I remember we almost got into an accident.
Mm.
He just kind of mumbles a look, kind of looks down, starts fiddling with the silverware a little bit. Yeah, it was. He kind of glances back up. It's quite a. Do you think it's related? He just kind of doesn't necessarily change the topic, but doesn't dwell on that particular fact. You think it's related in some way?
She nods her head, and she turns back to. I don't think she really has proper food anymore. It's just sort of remnants. And she stabs a too small piece with a fork so that it clanks against the plate, and she lifts it, and she goes, "Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they're related," and chews on the bite.
Shit. So I figured I'd go back to the scene, see if I could see anything, because it was really dark out there last night, and
Yeah.
he just trails off again. So yeah, you good?
Yeah, I'll be fine. She pushes the plate and, is this, the type of place that you have to, like, flag someone down to get the receipt, or?
Yeah, but also it's a small enough town that you probably can just leave a tab.
Okay. Yeah, I figure she probably comes here enough that she knows how much this was. So she, takes out some cash. So the, meal plus a bit of a tip, and tucks it, um, not all the way under, but like so the plate is on top of it, and stands up from the bar. Yeah, I'm ready to go whenever.
Nods, pushes himself to his feet, does a little yawning stretch kind of thing. Glances over at Officer Kelly. What's she up to?
What is Officer Kelly up to?
Yeah.
Right now she's honestly just eating. She's just finishing her meal.
Okay. Yeah, he just kind of, okay, and start heading out. He's gonna go grab himself a cigarette before they get in the car. Calm the nerves, as it were.
Are you guys traveling together or are you taking separate vehicles?
I'm not sure. When they step out, Alice like pulls out her keys and she goes, "Are we going together or separately?" And she wiggles her keys.
He shrugs a little bit. Might as well carpool, save gas. You can just drop me off back here when we're done, right?
Sure, yeah, I can do that.
And he pauses, unless you don't want to drive. I mean,
um, she hesitates and gets this sort of like far off look, like she hadn't considered that. And then sort of shakes her head a little bit and shrugs. I didn't hit anything last time, so it should be fine. And it's, it's daylight, so
yeah,
whatever.
yeah, it's nothing. It'll be fine.
Right. Do you need to get anything out of your car?
Xander.
Yo.
Get me a wits investigation. Roll, I suppose, not flip.
Yeet. One success.
You hear static. It takes you a minute to kind of like hone in on it, but you kind of like out directly right outside of Marmot's Diner, like under like the overhang or whatever. You see Sheriff Kelly's vehicle, and you realize that the static's coming from her radio.
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody pressed a button, just is holding it open. It's just static. Alice would recognize the static as like the same noise she heard. It persists for a couple moments before it ends. Alice gets another chill.
She shudders, probably shares like a look with Xander, because I imagine they both look at the car.
Yeah, like he's a little like it's not like a worried or concerned look. It's more of like a small little look of puzzlement, I guess, because that's odd, you know. Because he didn't hear the static before, not like you did anyway.
Yeah, Alice's expression is notably worried. Does Marmot Steiner have like those walls of giant like windows?
Yeah.
Like classic sort of 70s diner.
Yeah.
Okay. Is Kelly just still
She's still sitting there eating.
eating? Okay.
She's reading the newspaper now.
Oh shit. She looks at Xander and she I think she says, "You heard that, right?"
Static? Yeah.
Yeah. Her eyebrows sort of like come together and she's like, "You don't it was like last time."
Last time? I mean, what do you mean?
I think it's at this moment that Alice realizes that the vision tunnel, the static, the goosebumps, the weird feelings that she's been getting are feelings that she has been getting, whereas before she was assuming that Xander was feeling the same thing, and in the way that she doesn't like embarrassing herself, very swiftly and almost unconsciously decides to she just shakes her head and she goes, nothing, never mind.
He kind of gives a small shrug, not really wanting to push it. All right, but you ready to go then? You all right?
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
Mind if I get a cig real quick before we go? Unless you want me to smoke in your car. I mean, he shrugs. I'm fine with it if you are.
You
He's already getting out a cigarette.
just keep the window down. Alright? I don't want my car to start smelling like cigarettes.
Yeah, that sure. Yeah, that's fine. He goes. He sits down. As they're driving, he has his entire head like out of the window, being a little too dramatic about it.
Yeah. Alice, where is Kelly parked?
Kelly is like right outside the doors. She's one space away from being dead center, parked in front of Marmot Steiner.
Okay. Is it possible to go past her car while going to my car, or?
Yeah, I imagine that you'd be like third or fourth down the line.
Cool, great. Then when she goes to pass Kelly's car, she doesn't stop, but she does slow down and she like squints and looks into the car, sort of like how she did when the light went out.
You notice that the lights for receiving transmissions are all off. It appears that there isn't anything being transmitted anymore. She's not receiving any more messages from it. So, everything seems quiet in the car. Inside the car, go ahead and give me a wits investigation.
Investigation.
Inside the car, obviously, there's a scanner. The windows are up, and these are one of those like older cars that like they're police cruisers, but the windows on the side are like caged.
Mhm.
And in the cage, you can see there is a like one of those fancier military or one of those fancier police grade shotguns
Mhm.
that's just kind of leaned up against the wall or the back seat rather.
Okay. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. She keeps walking past the car to hers, um, unlocks it for Xander and gets in.
Yeah.
Yeah, starts it up, and I guess we're going to the mill.
Are you making any stops on your way there?
I think that Alice would want to be full up, so even though she did just get more gas yesterday because of the long drive, I think she's going to top off again.
Okay. Go ahead and mark on your character sheet that you have a full tank of gas.
Cool.
And you know it'll take about a quarter tank to get out to the
Mhm.
or sorry, an eighth of a tank to get out to um, get out to the iron mill.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
While you're are you still listening to the radio?
Yeah.
There's a peppier younger lady. Um, it takes you a moment to kind of place where it is, but you recognize it as Giles' granddaughter. Giles' granddaughter is it is a younger name a younger lady named Amaryllis. Um, uh, and she takes care of like the day show.
Mhm.
She like I said, she's a bubblier person. She's really peppy. And she's talking about like the current weather and how there's a storm on the way in, and that it's only about an hour out. So everybody should make sure that their boats are parked in the marina. Make sure everything's latched down. Make sure all your windows are rolled up because with the summer being as hot as it was, everybody does have their windows up, obviously. Um, she then gets talking on like the harvest season and the upcoming tractor shows and what have you, and other things that just doesn't interest you.
Mhm. Okay.
Man, why do you listen to this shit?
Well, the night stuff is usually better, but every once in a while, she shrugs. It's sometimes, when you're studying and taking classes and that sort of thing, it's a little hard to keep up, so this helps. And she shrugs.
That's depressing. He sticks his head right back out the window. Ugh.
Alice is like hawk-eyeing the road. When if they get to the turn that they got to last night, she like slows way down while they take it.
So you get to the corner and there's this feeling of dread that just builds up inside of you. You know exactly what's going to happen. You're going to take this turn, you're going to see it, and it's going to be right there as it was before, and the thought just terrifies you. But it never happens. You take the turn and you drive past. You can see in the road where you reach the point where you almost where you had your near collision. You see the ruts cut out of the road. However, you also see that there are tracks over them, as if somebody had driven over them after your near collision last night. Do you guys want to stop, or are you continuing to the iron mill?
Alice sort of slows down and she goes, "That's weird. Do you want to take a look out here?"
He is kind of like, as they got closer and closer to the spot TM, he's kind of stopped being at quite as Xandery. Like he's he's tossed the cigarette butt out the window because that's the safest place to deal with him, or and he's pulled back to his seat, and as you get closer to that spot, he just kind of seems to be a little less generally annoying and infuriating, and more quiet, and just kind of like almost like he's bracing himself for something. And he just kind of gives a small sigh of relief as nothing seems to happen. As she mentions stopping, he kind of nods slowly. Yeah, maybe we should check it out, since we're here.
Okay. Alice slows the car way down, pulls off onto the side of the road. Whether that be a shoulder or just some grass or whatever, and gets out of the car. I think she grabs the flashlight that's probably still in her center console.
The radio, which had been playing music back and forth and hasn't really been taking any interest, it kind of takes a quick turn, but it doesn't take a quick turn because of anything ominous or what have you. You hear Amy's voice come on there. In high school, I was always really shy. It's really hard to feel like you're really yourself, and you're trying to meet everybody else's expectations. I've always struggled with that. And, when I started getting a little bit older and I started having crushes, it was even harder on me. And my friends here at the Letterman, I think they know how I feel with that. So here's the Letterman's "Turn Around, Look at Me." The song starts playing. You freeze. There's a lyric that grabs your attention. There is someone walking behind you. Turn around, look at me. There is someone watching your footsteps. Turn around, look at me. Your phone rings.
Oh, shit. She looks at Xander, and at the third or fourth ring, she pulls it out of her pocket and answers it and puts it on speaker.
Alice? Alice, where are you? I show back up into town and you and your mother aren't even here?
She takes it off speaker and
Hey, Dad!
It in his face.
Who
Hey.
the hell was that?
Xander grabs the backpack from the car, throws it over his shoulders. Hey, Dad!
That's, you remember Xander Owens, right?
No. Are you talking to a boy? Bit of a late start, but I guess it's better than no start.
She rolls her eyes.
Xander just kind of gives her a cocky smile, especially as he sees her roll his eyes, because he's just kind of imagining she's going through the same shit that he was with his mom. He just chuckles a little bit to himself, and he starts walking toward the skid marks on the road.
Um,
I
go ahead.
didn't know that you were going to be in town.
Yeah, well, here I am. The business, the bigwig said that I had to take a couple days off for myself. It looks like our sales are going to go through with the O'Malleys, so up until my presentation, I'm kind of off. I won't be in town for very long, but I figured while I was here, I'd touch base. Are you at the college right now? I could swing by and say hi.
Maybe later, Dad. I'm
Okay. Sorry, and sometimes I forget what it's like to, be a young adult with lots of feelings. I get it. Look, I'll give you a call back later. You have a good time, and tell him hi for me. All right. I'll talk to you later. But he just hangs up on you.
Like the edges of her ears are turning red, and she like pinches.
Wit investigation roll, by the way.
Wits investigation. Okay. I should know this one by now, but I don't. Wits 5. Bop.
So, go ahead and finish your description.
She pinches the bridge of her nose, takes the phone away from her ear. Did he call her on his normal like phone?
Yeah.
Cool. Great. I think she probably sends a very quick text to her mom that's just says Dad's back. And then puts it in her pocket.
You glance down, you're typing.
Mm-hmm.
And as you finish your typing, you hear a crack of thunder.
Mm-hmm.
Your gaze lifts, and as it does, you see something. It could have easily been mistaken as a snake, something moving down the tree, just across the road from you. But it wasn't a snake. It didn't move like a snake. It moved like a finger, like a hand, down the timber and into the shadows, and you only barely catch it. But just as quickly as you saw it, it's gone. Disappeared into the dark underbrush. You can start to hear the soft patter of the rain, and through the canopy, which this is a fairly wide road, but it isn't wide enough to block out all of the canopy.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the dark storm heads to your south, heading up north along the Rocky Mountains.
Xander, and she turns around.
He kind of glances over his shoulder. Yo.
Other than the one road, or other than the set of tracks that ran over your previous skid marks, there's nothing of note here. You see your footprints from the previous night, but nothing else.
He kind of frowns. I wanna look a little bit off. He glances toward the trees a little bit, just to make sure.
Go ahead and give me a wits investigation. Which direction are you looking?
Toward the one specifically where I seen the trees moving.
The night before?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a wits investigation.
Okay, let me confirm. Yep. One success.
So you can make out. So the trees in certain areas here do look like they've been moved. They look like they've been displaced by something touching them, or something of that like. And you notice that the actual trees themselves, like sometimes some of the leaves are bent the wrong way; they're backwards. That happens fairly often when something moves through them, and
But
you're able to
not
pick
when
up on
wind pushes it or something like that.
exactly. The branches have been displaced by something. Other than
Even
that,
the ones higher up on the tree, or is it just like low level? Like maybe you could say like an animal came.
probably like you would say it probably ends about 9 foot up.
Okay. Yeah, he would like kind of just go a little pale, and he'd kind of like have his hand like on the tree trunk or whatever, or one of the branches, and as that thought kind of occurs to him that this couldn't have been the wind, like just the branches snapped, some of the leaves torn off, this was very obviously something came through here. He would just kind of be taken out of it in that moment, and just kind of thinking about that in his own little world. So she'd probably have watched him kind of like walk up, like leave the tracks, get across the street or whatever, and then just fucking freeze.
She glances back as she's like walking towards him. She glances back. Where did she see this weird thing, snake finger thing, in relation to Xander?
It is dead south of both of you.
Okay.
You guys, I imagine you guys did not cross over the skid mark, so you stopped your car about where the person previously that you'd seen was.
Mm-hmm.
It's past your car. On the other side of it is where it was, because you stepped out. You started talking to your dad. You turned away with the door open, and when you closed the phone, that's when you saw it.
Okay.
So you are actually looking in two different directions.
Okay, that's what I was imagining. I just wanted to make sure. So she's like walking half turned to Xander, but looking back to where she was, and she chances it, quote unquote, looks away from where that spot was and trots over to Xander and like grabs his shoulder, and she's like, I saw
He
something.
visibly jumps as she touches him.
And she like holds her hands up and is like, oh, sorry.
Like he just kind of like raises his fist a little bit, almost like in reflex, and he's like, he's just like, what the hell? Why would you sneak up? Look at this. And he just kind of like just goes over what she was about to say. He's like, look at this, look at the fucking trees. And he just finally being able to articulate what he's thinking by look at the fucking trees, and he's kind of like pointing to the branches.
Yeah, and she follows the pointing, and as she's like looking at the branches, she's like lowered her hands a little bit, and she's like, Xander, I saw something. Like
He goes stiff, looks back at her. What? Something or something?
Something, and she turns towards where she was looking previously, and she points in that general-ish direction, and she says, I saw something like on the tree, around the tree. It was like a snake, but it didn't move like a snake.
He had
There's another huge crack of thunder. It's getting dark. It might be just a little bit afternoon. Probably, I would say it's probably afternoon right now, but it's already fairly dark because of the storm clouds.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of like moves the backpack off his back, so it's kind of like hanging off, like one strap's on one shoulder, but he's kind of like cradling it with his left hand, kind of like holding it to his chest or whatever. So his right hand is free, but his left hand's holding the bag. And he kind of looks over there, and it was kind of clear for a split second that he was going to make a smart ass remark about you being afraid of a snake. Until the thunder. Now he's just kind of like looking around again, all a bit paranoid. And he's like, "Yeah, it's probably nothing, but let's check it out."
Yeah. Okay.
So he would start heading toward where she had pointed.
Yeah. And Alice, Alice sort of, I think, leads the way over there. Squares her shoulders, you know, pushes past the oh my god, what the fuck, and heads over to where she saw the weird snake finger thing. I
You
think,
approach.
yeah.
I'm assuming now that it's light out. You guys, how are you investigating this?
Alice is looking. I think she's looking for like weird marks, like footprints, or if it marked up the tree at all. I think that's the sort of thing she's like looking for when she gets over there.
And Xander?
Yeah, he would just kind of be looking around for, she mentioned like a snake or an animal or something, so he doesn't really know exactly what to look for. So I guess it's fair to say he's just kind of like looking for anything out of place, or more so looking for any kind of large beastie thing like he might have seen last night. He's looking for more signs of something like that, I guess.
Go ahead and flip me the good old wits and investigation. We'll see what you find.
Is that for both of us?
Yeah.
Cool.
F.
You don't see anything out of the ordinary. There's not really anything that stands out. It looks like a tree. It doesn't look anything. You give it a cursory glance. This is at Xander's, by the way.
Yeah.
You give it a cursory glance. You don't see anything. You kind of shine your light out past it, because I'm assuming even with it being, with the trees being so dense, you're using a flashlight.
Yeah.
Or maybe you're not. I don't know. It's up to you, really. But Alice, however, she notices something clinging to the tree, actually. On the opposite side, in the shadow of it, there's like this glistening stuff. The best way you can describe it, like I could describe it as like oil, like it was shadow made liquid. And when you approach it, you shine your light on it, it begins to sizzle and burn away.
Xander, I think I found something, and she like pulls the light away so it doesn't like burn all the way away.
Yeah.
you
attempt to do that, it's already gone.
Oh, dang.
He kind of like moves over to her. You find what'd you find?
It was like this weird liquid. I guess burned away, and as she's like talking, I think she touches where it was.
He notices the flashlight in her hand, and when she mentions like burning away, he would kind of pause. Was it black and shiny, like some kind of like ink or something?
Yeah, it was.
He would just kind of notably just frown look around again, more worried. Yeah, I seen that last night. I shined the light at it, and it sizzled, and it like evaporated or something. It was wild. You could kind of tell like he's getting a little more uh, unnerved, like
You
as he
hear
realized maybe he wasn't just like like stoned last night.
Yeah.
you hear the displacement of rocks being thrown to the side, being scattered, coming up from the south turn in the Walnut Road, just past where you had turned to come up this way.
Like right by the road or deeper into the forest?
From the road.
From the road. Are we deep enough that we can't see the road from here because of the tree density?
I imagine not. I imagine you can see it. You're kind of off of the road because like the road is kind of like lifted, so it can be easier for people like even it out or whatever. There's kind of like a culvert on both sides, and you would step down off that culvert down into down to investigate this tree thing.
Gotcha.
But you're kind of in a culvert right now, but it's not particularly deep. But you do hear all this cacophony coming from up the road.
Okay. What the fuck is that? I think Alice starts by like craning her neck to see if she can see what it is. And then when she probably can't see it right away, moves to try and get a better look.
Probably another car. He says, kind of like questioningly.
Yeah, but who?
It is another car, and it's speeding.
Oh shit.
He frowns a little bit. Maybe we should we should stay out of this one.
Is it like a cop car or is it like just a normal car?
You can't see it yet.
I can't see it yet, but we're hearing it speeding down the road. Is my car like properly
In the middle of the road.
Oh shit! We left it in the middle of the road. God damn.
Is it? Oh wait, you specifically said that it was off to the side, right?
Yeah.
Okay, no. I'm gonna go ahead and say it's off to the side.
Okay, great. Yeah. I was like, oh fuck, my car. It's expensive.
It's probably one of it's probably one of the officers. We're not supposed to be out here.
We're not in the mill yet. This is just the woods.
If to punctuate that, you start seeing the car. It's a Cadillac. It's got it's like an ivory white, kind of's got this pearlescent sort of a paint job on it. A nicer, shinier grill. It's an older car. And it's coming up. It's got tinted windows. You can't really see much past the windows. It takes a turn just like you did. And then it slows down. Kind of like stops. You see it stop just past your car, and then it backs up a little bit.
Probably just checking to see if we had car troubles. He kind of like shoulders the backpack again. Just putting it properly. The way you're supposed to wear a backpack.
Yeah. Is it a car that I recognize? Is it like somebody from town?
It is somebody from town. You can probably assume that's somebody from town.
Right.
Would you go ahead and give me a wits investigation, but drop it by 2 dice because you're trying to like get details from a distance.
Cool. Okay. So that's just 3.
The license plate says Cedar FM.
Oh.
Yeah. As they started slowing, and as he said, they're probably just like wondering if we had car trouble. He kind of put his backpack on and start walking a bit toward the woods in that direction. He's obviously going to be like, hey, there's nothing going on, that kind of thing. We don't need any trouble or help, rather.
So the window rolls down.
Mm-hmm.
And a man steps out in a white coat. Is everything all right here?
Yeah. We just we were looking for a place to picnic.
He kind of turns because he's looking at the car, expecting.
He's coming out of the woods like a little bit off past the car.
He turns around. And he looks at you. It's Giles Walter. Oh, all right. He kind of.
I don't think Xander would actually recognize him because he makes a point not to listen to the late night bullshit,
That's fair. So it's began raining by now, but he kind of like digs around for a moment, pulls out a.
We're looking for a picnic in the rain.
He pulls out a umbrella and he kind of pops it open. Yeah, looking for a picnic in the rain.
He kind of frowns as he's walking more toward the car. He's like, "Well, to be fair, it didn't look this bad this morning when we started out." Yeah, he shoots Alice a look in the trees, like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like,
Alice rolls her eyes and steps out, and she waves at Giles, and she goes, "Hey, Giles. Are you going towards the mill?"
No. I would never go against the words of our good sheriff and investigate the mill after being told not to investigate the mill.
Xander snorts.
But if you weren't investigating the mill, because I'm not investigating the mill, I did say I'd help you investigate around the mill.
Right, and we are, and she
not in the mill.
Elbows Xander, definitely not in the mill.
He just gives her kind of a confused look. He gives the other guy a confused look.
Go ahead and flip me a Maddie. Flip me a. Let's go. Let's go. Presence and expression.
Okay. Not great, but hey.
He gets it. No, you get the message across.
Sweet.
You're definitely going to break into the mill after being told by the cops not to.
Alice is like grinning.
He leans over and he's just like, "Did you invite this guy?"
Yes.
Why?
I mean, hang on. I gotta find my note about it. Well, like I said, when I was texting you, there's the normal searches, but they're not finding anything, right?
Yes.
Right, and she gestures to Giles, and she's like, well, there's no reason why we, as concerned citizens, can't also take a look.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, let's... Yeah, okay. Sure. He tries to relax a little bit. He's still gotta eyes the guy a little suspiciously. I mean, but aside that, he kind of nods and he's like, "Alright, so, you got any ideas on, whereabouts to start not looking at the mill?"
Well, I know that the mill used to have all these different entrances that they just closed down because they were just too out of the way, or they were They didn't have enough iron to continue to be a viable entrance, if that makes sense. But with a little bit of convincing, those entrances might open up. And we wouldn't go inside, of course, but that would be where I would probably go in, because they're going to be looking for, the front entrance. They're going to be going in through the easy entrances.
Right.
But if we don't go in through an entrance that isn't the front, and we don't hide our cars somewhere where they can't be found, we probably have a better chance of it.
Okay. All right. Well, he kind of looks back at her. I guess we should probably go, maybe park, find a nice place to park, and work our way over there.
Yeah. Yeah. She steps like fully out of the forest and like onto the sort of like side part of the road where they're all on. Pulls her key out of her pocket and she goes, "Yeah, we can just sort of follow your lead or your advice."
I imagine since Xander's went to the mill a few times, or rather more than a few times, with some of the less than, outstanding kids in town, that he probably knows a few decent spots to hide a car nearby.
Mm.
Somewhere that you wouldn't see from the road.
Give me a wit streetwise.
Yeah. 3. Boop. Yeah, 2 success. Yeah, he kind of nudges her a little bit, and he's like, "Yeah, I know a few places.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I've been around here before a few dozen times. I know a few good places to hide. I mean, not be seen.
A few places to park.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Private places, where you won't be bothered."
He gets in. He gets into his vehicle. He turns back on, and he starts heading down the road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll do the same essentially. Alice is going to follow whatever directions Xander gives her to park in a inconspicuous area.
Yes, and he would gleefully give those directions, kind of maybe a little bit proud that his deviant experience is proving to be useful.
The directions take you past the actual mill. Right outside of the mill, there's obviously the big rock exposure that is, where all the ground rock that was displaced from the mining operation just kind of fell off on the offside, so it avoids Lake Walnut. But there's been a road that's been kind of carved into that rock. It's kind of rough to go over, kind of scary considering it's basically loose rock.
Yeah.
But you take it down almost all the way to what looks, well, for better words for it, looks like a ghost town. Your friend Giles pulls up behind you, of course, and turns off to one side to park as well. After he does, he kind of pops open the back of his trunk. He had parked a little bit off of the road, a little bit into the green.
Mm-hmm.
And then he kind of gestures for you to do the same.
Yeah, out of sight, close to the town, but off a little bit on the other side, the little untamed area.
He pulls out a blind.
A blind?
A hunting blind, yeah.
Ah.
He pulls out a hunting blind and he starts setting it up in front of behind his car, and then extends it past yours as well. It's just a fold open thing. It's not too elaborate. but it does do a damn good job of blending your vehicles in with the surrounding greenery.
Damn, man, we never thought of that. We always just used a bunch of branches and shit. That's a
Well,
good one.
when you've been around a small town like this for as long as I have, you pick up on a couple of tips and tricks.
He grins a little bit.
He kind of smiles to you before he crosses his arms. He gestures. You know, my uncle worked down here back when, well, this was all still a thing. It's got a weird vibe to it, doesn't it? Kind of like something's here, but it's missing.
Kinda like it. It's all private, you know, quiet.
I was thinking more macabre, but that works.
It's one of the few places you can go and not, you know, and know that there's nobody looking over your shoulder and judging you. He mumbles under his breath.
Alice gives him this look like he's shared like too much information, you know? Just to sort of like, damn man, like you good? Sort of look.
He just kind of starts walking.
Alice takes it like a cursory look around. I don't imagine that she comes here often. It's at the very least been a while. And she sort of just shrugs a little bit.
So since he's a little bit of a regular to these parts, can he have a stash somewhere of just like little party supplies, you know, like some like fucking leftover 4th of July fireworks and, you know, a bunch of dumb shit like that, glow sticks, the kind of stuff that you would expect a bunch of dumb kids to have when they go out to a party or have their own little party in the woods.
I think that if you had like a point in resources or something like that, you probably could find a stash like that.
Fair enough.
Given that you don't, I think that you got what you got.
It's probably mostly like used up anyway. It's not like you really hold much back.
I mean, it is raining. It's probably all soaked.
I mean, it would probably be like in one of the abandoned buildings in like one of the rooms or something. Just like a bag of shit.
Giles kind of looks towards the buildings before he points up. You see, like there's this path through the stone. The world map, by the way, has been updated to reflect where you guys are now. Oh, he kind of points up towards the top. You see, that's a through tunnel. Back when they were having the all the industrial vehicles come in, they didn't want the most people to know about Grafton, obviously, because it wasn't exactly a sanctioned city back here. So the miners would come back here to spend their nights and work, and they would just go back to the mine shafts through that. I think that's probably our best bet to get in there without being seen.
Okay.
He opens back up his trunk and he pulls out a crowbar. He kind of tests it, and for being an older guy, he's pretty wiry. He glances. He glances to them. So have you done something like this before, girl?
Break into the mill or try and search for a missing kid?
Break into the mill specifically.
I haven't personally broken into the mill.
Well, if things go south, just you're faster than I am, so you just go ahead and bail. I'll take the fall for it. They're not gonna arrest me. I'm too big of a name in this town.
Xander just kind of looks to her and he's like, "Don't worry, I know a few good hiding spots."
Thanks.
So is there anything that you the characters would like to share with each other before they ascend up into the mine?
I don't think Xander really has anything. He has some. He still has some snacks and whatnot. But they just ate, so it wouldn't really occur to him that to offer snacks. Um,
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Kind of.
Yeah, I don't think. Well,
He kind of glances over at her. So, your dad called earlier. Where we're going, there's not exactly much reception or anything. So if you're gonna send him a message or something, you might want to do it now.
He is already making assumptions about what I'm doing, so it's whatever.
Oh, just tell him you were at a picnic with me. He gives
yeah,
her a stupid grin.
I don't think that's going to help with the kind of assumptions he's probably already making.
Well, if I've learned anything about parents, it's that those kind of assumptions are better than the assumptions that are better than the actuality of what you're doing.
Giles laughs at that comment.
I don't know about you, but I'd rather mom and dad think I'm off having a picnic than breaking into the mill with with you guys. No offense.
And none taken. I understand. I follow it.
Do you do this a lot, Giles? I mean, well, what I mean specifically is, like, I suppose this is sort of like a form of field journalism, you could say.
Yeah, aren't you like an upstanding member of this town or something? Like,
well,
are you on like the city council or some shit?
Well, I am, but you see, the thing about that is, with small cities, with small towns, we're only as strong as our weakest, and we only have as much power as we let ourselves have.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Yeah. Well, sometimes there are rules that are put forward to keep the truth from us, and one of the reasons why I do the night show is there's less observation, less prying eye, so to speak.
It pauses a bit. So you actually think there's something big here? Like, something big, I guess?
I've lived in this city all my life. And every time something like this has happened before, we figured it out. But something changed. Something's different now, and I want to find out what it is. I want to figure it out. If not for the town, but for me.
He kind of nods a little bit.
Sometimes, in doing that, we have to do the right thing. Whether or not that lines up with Uncle Sam's opinion of what that should be.
He gets out his phone and he starts like typing out a little message. Nodding. Yeah. As the conversation goes on, he kind of like subtly passes it a little bit to Alice so she could see what he wrote.
Yeah, okay. She'll glance down.
It says, should we tell him? ?
She like chews on the inside of her cheek. And
there's the sound of cracking boards as he juxtaposes his crowbar with one of the lower boards. He pulls it out, but he doesn't break it all the way off. He pulls it out just enough for him to open it, and then he does it with the next one and the next one, enough so that you can slip in and he can pull the board shut behind him. He pulls out his pocket flashlight, turns on the little pin light, and shines it down into the mine. By this point, it's began to sprinkle. It's starting to rain, a little bit more frequently now, and it's pitch black inside. The smell of the air here is it's I wouldn't say it's acrid, but it's pretty dank. It's got this heaviness to it. The smell of coal and earth, of rust. It's permeating the place. Kind of flashes his line across the side. He glances down. He points it to the huge. It's this huge metal tube that runs down into the mine. Unfortunately, that thing's not going to be pumping air down here, so it won't be the freshest, but I think we should be okay, as long as we don't go too deep.
Okay. She sort of shrugs, glances at Xander, gives him like a meh, like a sort of like wrinkling of the nose, just like a like very subtle shake of the head and a shrug, and she goes to follow Giles into the mill.
Yeah, as you know, Giles was like using the crowbar and whatnot on the boards. He would kind of move up a little bit to kind of like grab the boards and help hold them open for the two to slip through, before kind of sliding in himself. I imagine like he's been around the mill quite a bit, but I don't think they've ever really been into the tunnels too much. Partly because of the fact that they were always boarded up and
super dangerous and very obviously super dangerous.
And yeah, exactly. And there was probably there's probably a few parts that like they might have went in just the very beginning of, but never really ventured deep into or anything like that. So this is kind of a new thing to him. So he's actually kind of excited about that a little bit. Finding a nice new way to break the law is kind of appealing, Takes your mind off your current troubles. But yeah, he kind of, slips in, moves to follow him and whatnot, and heads down with him. So how deep do these things go?
Can't rightfully say. It's I don't exactly make it my work to go down into the crap old mines. Not really the funnest thing for an old man like me, but it was deep enough for all of that off-all stone back there. That's all from this mine.
Wow.
Damn.
So, do you think we'll find the kid down here? Like maybe he got into one of these tunnels, because I don't see him like crowbarring his way in like we did. Do you think he's down in the mine itself, or
I think that if he is missing down here, it's because he might have. So this is speculation. So don't quote me on this at all. By this time, by the way, he's walking down. He's kind of taking a relaxed posture. He's got his light up. He's searching around the cave walls. It is a square. It's probably about 5.5 feet tall, cut, and about 5 foot 5 foot wide. So you have to stoop a little bit to get by. And he's just going straight down into this rock. There's like a little bit of a decline, probably about a 6%, or probably a little less than 6% decline down into the earth from this. there's the iron mine connected with the old limestone caverns down here. Like everybody knows that.
Mhm.
So when they hit that back in the 1900s, they built platforms and what have you to be able to navigate them a little bit better. Well, those platforms haven't been serviced in 100 years. Maybe he was playing on one of them, thought it'd be fun to flip some levers, and he ended up on the bottom of it. And without there being any sort of power or mechanical advantage for him to get back up, he might just be stuck at the bottom. It's been 2 weeks, so he might still be down here.
Damn.
Yeah, Alice sort of like nods along. Have you've been like in here before, right, Giles?
Not from this side. I did an investigation, I guess you could call it, a while back, and it took me out here, but nothing like this before. If you're asking if I have some sort of eidetic memory of the layout of this place,
No, I was wondering if like you've ever seen anything besides like what you were looking for.
I've seen quite a bit of things in my time. I've seen a lot of things in my time.
Huh, I would just be happy for a memory that can get us back without getting lost. He kind of glances into the dark a little bit.
That one I can probably do.
Oh, probably. Nice.
I think Alice probably just like lets it trail off. She's keeping an eye out for snakes, quote unquote.
Xander probably just would continue unless they're, unless conversation happens. He'd probably just be like humming a little bit, like under his breath.
You've got a bit of a tune, kid. I gotta say this that new age music. It's not really my thing, but I gotta hand it to you. You could probably make something of yourself. You did something with that.
He kind of pauses. He's like, "You think?"
Oh, yeah. I think I've seen quite a few musicians rise and fall over my time, and I think that if you got a handle on that, something good could. There's noise. It comes down from the end of the hallway, and it sounds almost like a quick rapping sound, just like that, just down the corridor. Just it's hard to place what it is.
Is that like the roof crumbling or something? Like, is that rocks up there? He kind of looks sad.
Doesn't sound like it to me. I've heard rocks crumbling before. No, I don't know what that is.
Alice shines her flashlight in that direction and like takes a step towards it.
There, so you only can see down the path. It is still just a straight path. It's got a little bit of like a turn to it, but it's still straight.
Oh, gotcha. So it's like it's ahead of us.
Yeah, and so far the path has been just one straight line.
Okay.
Bet it's a rat.
Alice like shudders and she's just like, "That's nasty."
Aren't not nasty.
Rats aren't nasty?
Yeah, I've heard people have them for pets.
That doesn't make them not nasty.
Guess you could say the same thing for a cat.
Yeah.
I mean,
At the edge of your light, as you start discussing cats and animals and different pets, it begins to widen up. The walls, which had previously been cut with with what you can basically assume as pickaxes. The walls go from cut stone to a like natural granite formation sort of thing, and then it like goes up. It kind of fans out below you a little bit, and it opens up into what looks kind of like a chamber. Um, Giles kind of crouches down, lowering his flashlight. When he does, the room becomes pitch black. Well, it doesn't look like anybody's down here right now, so let's take a look. He lets his flashlight up. He scans it around. Sure enough, the chamber opens up into what almost appears to be like a straight pit, straight down. However, on the far side of the room, you can kind of see a little bit of light, but that light is coming from what looks like a like the front entrance to the mine. From back here, you could see the red and orange tape that had been used to seal the place off, the boards. It's very clear that that's what this is, and you'd reached the actual front of it. There's an elevator of wooden, like a wooden dumbwaiter, with a large like standing platform, and then a huge weight with beside it that looks like it had been cut. Rather not cut, but the actual rope itself had been frayed over 100 years and broken. He kind of shines his light around before muttering under his breath. These places normally used to have a manual either rope ladder or ladder down. I didn't think to bring any rope myself, so we should take a look around to see if we can find anything like that.
Okay.
All right. He would kind of, take his light, shine it on the ground, start looking for, looking around, making sure there's, he's not going to trip over a rock or something and hit himself in the face.
Yeah, Alice does basically the same thing, but I think she does it in like a different direction. I think she just like goes off a little. But she glances back a lot while searching, so it's a little funny to see, because it's very obviously that she doesn't want to wander off too far or have them wander off too far from her, but she also doesn't want to like stick completely together.
So you see Giles kind of looking around.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of sets his flashlight on his shoulder, and he whips out like a pocket, like a memo book.
Mm-hmm.
You hear him click a pen, and he starts writing down some. He just starts writing. He's kind of taking a moment of break while you guys look for the ladder. And as you step away and you get just a little bit of distance between you and the others, you feel something at your leg.
Oh, gross. Oh.
Then you hear your ringtone.
She pulls out her phone with a very confused look. Something rubbed against her leg?
It was the phone vibrating.
Okay. That's what I thought it might have been. Yeah, she pulls out her phone, looks at the screen, very confused.
So the screen is white, but it's vibrating. The phone goes, or the phone, from the white, it flashes to ongoing call at 0 seconds, at 1 second, and you realize that it's answered itself.
Buh. I guess she like slowly puts it to her ear.
You hear static.
Mm.
The sensation in your arms return. You feel it creeping up your hands.
Mm-hmm. She like spins around and like whips her light around. She definitely like audibly like gasps. She doesn't. Yeah, she spins around, looks around, probably gasps a little bit, tightens her grip on her phone, and is just like looking around and backing up towards the others.
Where specifically is she shining her light?
I think she's probably got it like up by her head, so it's mostly like horizontal, side to side, and maybe like a little up. So yeah, she's not looking at the ground. I think she's looking up in the area, sort of just above her head ish. Yeah. So if there was like something taller than her, basically.
And give me a John.
Yo.
Give me a give me the good old wits and wits investigation.
One success.
You see as you're searching on your side, you see from across the like this semicircle platform that you're on, this edge in this cavern. You're able to notice you're able to notice Alice start freaking out, flashing her flashlight around or whatever. You see her phone, the light on her phone on. Did Alice end the call, or is the phone still going?
No, she hasn't ended the call. So it's still going.
Okay.
I think you would probably think that's a bit odd, but might think that maybe she got it out for a little extra light or something.
So it's against your ear.
Oh. Okay, definitely a bit odd. He kind of glance over to her and he's like, "What, you find a rat or something?" But there's a little bit of concern in his voice as he takes a few steps toward her.
So, where are you shining your light?
Well, he had been like shining his light, down around the tunnel, looking for the ladder and looking for whatnot. But as she started like freaking out a little bit, and her light kind of shined maybe in his direction, that might have been what got his attention to look back over to her, and sees the phone and sees the panic look and her light kind of moving around, and it would be shining pretty much in her direction, like a little more so on the ground, because he's still maybe a little worried about like tripping over something as he can't see where he's putting his feet, but it would definitely be shining at her or in her direction.
Giles kind of like looks over as as she begins freaking out. He kind of like turns his light over towards her as well, like just shining it directly on her.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of like closes his notebook. Hey, Alice, are you all right? What's going on?
She like pulls the phone away from her ear. Was it still staticking?
It's still staticking, yes.
I And like, since nothing sort of immediately happened, she's like taking a little bit of a breath. Her arm with the flashlight sort of goes down, and she looks back to Giles and
You see
Xander.
a hand behind him.
Behind Giles?
Mhm.
Oh,
It
shit.
pushes him.
Oh shit. She.
His light flies out of his hand
Mhm.
as he is pushed into the ravine.
Uh.
He shrieks.
No.
The hand pulls itself back into the shadows as he falls, and you hear a sickening thud as his body slams against the stone below. You hear a howl of anguish.
Mhm. She like screams. And like turns to fully face it and has her I think she still sort of has her light up, but it's more like it's like a it's so like I said, it's still like up sort of towards her head shoulder area, and it's sort of angled down ish, so it's not all the way down, but with this shock it probably like jerks up. I don't think it focuses on anything, but she's definitely facing that way, and I think very automatically she sort of drops her phone and her hand goes and covers her mouth, as a sort of an expression of shock.
Xander like hears the scream and like the sound of somebody like hitting something, and like he didn't see because he wasn't looking in the direction. He kind of probably had his back to it, if anything else. But like it's just one of those things that you would like like the only thought, he's like, shit, he fell, he like rounds, and he just yells, he's like, Giles, and he like starts going toward the edge where he would have last seen the man, like like to the edge to like shine the light down to see if he could see him or see how far down it is or something.
So I would say it's probably about 25 feet down. So it's a lot, but it's not like a lot. It's probably livable if you fell that distance, but he's lying on his back. He's not really moving a lot, but he is down there.
Oh shit, oh fuck. He's just like, Giles, are you okay? Like, man, like he's kind of stumbling or whatever. He's shining the light, like looking for him, I guess, like see if he could see like where he actually is, and then he's kind of looking for a way down, like something quick.
There you don't really see a quick way to get down. Of course, I think that you have more pressing matters right now. Let me do a thing real quick. I'm going to try to freehand this real quick. If you guys scroll down, I think that this works. How do I make a token out of a uploaded asset? Do you know?
But it's been a while. Let me open in a new window, or a different thing in a new window, and I have to see it in front of me.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Well, go ahead and let's give a quick pause in the session while I figure this out. Go ahead and end the recording.
Okay.
That way. So, Alice had shined her light back just as whatever this creature is had reached out its hand and shoved Giles. The creature is, it probably stands 9 foot tall. It has humanoid proportions, but everything's wrong. The number of limbs it has is off. Its body's distorted in different directions. What of its face you can see is just two reflective pinholes that you can only assume would be eyes, though your light doesn't have enough power to really reach it and show off more of its features. You can kind of see it slink around on the edge of where you're moving your flashlight. Going in initiative order, I believe that you, Alice, have first initiative.
Woohoo!
So you're able to act first.
That's on being fast.
Mm.
Um.
So there were two different ways of doing this. For initiative, you could either take like the bonus for initiative, just the number it says initiative, or you could take the like a roll a 1d10 and then add the bonus. Both ways are valid. It's completely up to you which way you want to use it or have us do it.
I think I'm just going to go from initiative.
Okay. Yeah, it's much easier to do that when you have a bunch of like fucking tokens everywhere and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lovely. Yeah. So. Yep. That's it.
Is movement and stuff basic? Like, hang on. I got 9 speed. Does that affect how far I can go?
So yes. From the edge of your model,
Mm-hmm.
when you go out 9, I believe that how I want to do this is it'll be actually let me do a quick resource for to find out what the actual ruling on movement is. I know that we're not doing grids because I hate grids. Grids are fucking stupid.
Yeah.
So we will not be using grids, but let me find movement.
Mm-hmm.
Is it speed? Yeah, let's go speed.
While we're doing
Uh,
that, for anybody who might be watching, you might have noticed that Xander got a new picture.
He got a glow up.
He got he got a glow up. And you might notice that the barcode is no longer on the side of his neck. It's on the back of his neck, so that's why it's not there.
Yeah.
So there actually is no there's no system in the game for movement during combat. I'm
Okay.
assuming because it's not really like uh, it's not really like the go-to, like combat isn't really like
Yeah.
This is a theater of mind game.
Yeah, yeah.
So what we will be doing for this is in a case like this, you will move 3. Actually, let's see. Let's go with
So
5 foot. It's gonna go 5 foot per speed. That's an easy way to do it.
Okay, so it's basically 9 times 5
Yeah. So yours is 45. You can move 45
feet.
feet.
Okay. I don't think she wants to do that exactly. I don't know. I actually I think I think I think in this like fucking weird panic fugue going on, she might just like buckle down on her vice slash virtue.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think she's gonna go the full 45 feet, which would put her between the monster and Giles, but I think she will go 30 30 feet in the direction of the thing and just like be shining her light at it the entire time. If I
so
need to make a like, I would
go ahead.
understand in
Yeah,
if I
so
needed to
you
do
will
like
need to do a.
composure.
So you're trying to chase him with the light, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to be like, I'm trying to corral it away from Giles, essentially. I'm trying to get the balls to corral it away from Giles.
So the first thing I want you to flip me
Mhm.
is I want you to flip me a flip me a resolve, just a solid resolve.
Solid resolve. Oh
Mhm.
boy. Well, I only have one of those. Oh hey.
This thing scares you.
Yeah, it
This
sure
thing
fucking
defies
does.
reason and it terrifies you, but you
Mhm.
still are able to. Oh, hang on. Let me go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's check that up. Movement. Where the fuck is? Goes to page 164. It takes me to 178 instead. Oh. Movement. Let's check this real quick.
It's a little vague,
Yeah.
but
Your character speed trait indicates how many yards he can travel in a single turn without. Okay, so instead of doing it three feet, I'm doing it 5.
yeah.
So let's go ahead and just go with rules per normal. It'll be 3. It'll be 3 feet per
Okay.
speed.
Okay, so that's
So I was close.
Yeah. You're pretty much right on the money.
So I'm gonna go ahead and also yeah, you're able to succeed. Just so you know though,
Mhm.
you will if you failed the rolls for like approaching this thing or whatever, you would lose a willpower.
Yeah.
And then you would not be able to do it.
Mhm. Okay.
So that's how I'm going to be using the willpower with this specific scene.
Okay.
You're able to approach it.
Yeah.
Also give me a
I think she
give
just
me
goes-
a just give me a flat dexterity roll.
Flat dex roll. Okay. Let me just move this to where she would be. If that's okay. Which I think would be about right there-ish. Dex roll? Okay.
Yes,
Cool.
just dex.
Well, that's better than my resolve, so.
Is it?
No.
Oh
In this
no.
case, no.
No successes.
As you do that, as you try to chase him with this, he is evading you.
Mhm.
You can't quite pin him down with the light.
Mhm.
Xander, you'll go.
Yes. So, I would think at this point, because like he was kind of a little further back and whatnot, and he's kind of ran to the side, and he's like looking into the pit. I don't even think he's actually aware that there's the thing there. So he'd still be like he had been calling out for Giles. Has he said anything, or you can't really see him from where he is, but
I'm all right. I think. Just I must have lost my footing.
do you
I
see?
can't find my light.
Shit. Hold on. I'll find it and I'll toss it down to you or something. We'll find a way down. He'd kind of like start actually. Oh, I gotta move it. Move the light. No, move it. There we go. And he'd start down in. Can I do it? Like, yeah. So he'd take a few steps, and that would be probably about the time it came into view, and he would just stop.
Go ahead.
Do I need to make the
same resolve?
Just resolve? Okay.
Yeah, it'll be just a actually
Or is it a resolve or composure?
it was a resolve. because
Okay.
this thing doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Yeah, makes 0 sense. Nice.
One success.
You're able to approach it even after you notice it, and it's
And is it? I mean, you described it before, but is it distinctively what he remembers seeing, or is it some different horror? Like, would he recognize it as the thing in the woods last night?
it's close enough.
Close enough. Okay. He would hold his light on it. Do you like is it like doing the sizzling thing and
Go ahead and flip me a dexterity to keep your light trained on it. It's able to.
Not only is that a failure, that's a botch.
Your light flickers for a moment, but you're able to get it back on only after banging against it with your hand or doing whatever you can to get it back.
Okay.
Lose 2 hours off your time. Your light.
Oh God. Fair enough. Yeah. So originally he was going to shine the light on it and then start like reaching into the bag for the gun. Would you say him having to stop and mess with that flashlight would be enough to conclude his turn, or could he still do that?
Describe the action one more time.
He was gonna as soon as he seen this thing, he was training the light on it. Like his first reaction or reason, it was to keep the light on this thing, and reach into his bag and start getting the gun and getting the shotgun. Then he had to stop because the light started like fucking up, and he had to like hit it on his hand and was distracted by that for a few seconds.
Probably get the gun ready.
Okay.
But it is not loaded.
Correct.
And you would need to load it.
Okay. Yeah. So he would be doing his best to keep the flashlight trained on this thing, as he started digging through, like unzipping the bag, and like his hands kind of shaking a little bit as he's like looking to pull it out. He's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? He's got the gun out or whatever. He's reaching for some of the shells, but they keep slipping through his fingertips and stuff. And that'll be good. That'll be his go. On the verge of a panic attack.
Oh God, yeah.
Let's go. So the creature. Reels back out of the twain of your light. Dang it. He moves out of the reel of your light, and then he starts moving along the shadows. You see him kind of shimmy across. You can make him out like kind of moving up against the wall, like up onto the ceiling, before standing inverted above you. Xander. He reaches out and tries to smack the light out of your hands. Go ahead and give me a how do I want to do this?
I think it'd be like a strength brawl or something. Well, no, that would be if he was trying to rip it out of my hand.
Yeah, he's trying to smack it.
Yeah, he's trying to smack it. So the creature would roll dex brawl?
Oh, use it in sort of to phrase such weapons, use them to deflect or redirect.
Unless you're counting it as like some sort of disarm.
Yeah, I'm counting it as a disarm.
I think it would either be a strength brawl or a dex brawl.
So it is an attack that I use to, instead of target I attack at a reduced amount at a certain value. Though I'm actually going to be using a little bit of Malifaux when it comes to roll flipping and stuff like that. I'm not going to be rolling for creatures or for the bad guys. Like you guys have your defenses and stuff like that, and if you fail those, that's when you guys get hit, not when I get better rolls than you.
Okay.
So go ahead and just roll your defense as he, because he's trying to smack out of your hand. You're trying to make that not happen.
So how did these defense rolls work? Because this is a different stat for me.
You roll defense.
Just the number.
The number of d10s, yeah. And then he has a
one success.
Yeah. So he does not knock it out of your hand.
Okay.
So that's it. Maddie.
Hello.
This thing is on the ceiling now.
Big hate. Shit. I think that she is. I think she's going to stay along this like edge here.
Mhm.
And like try and Giles had a flashlight, right? And a crowbar?
Yes, and they he was pushed down. If you want to give me a quick wits investigation, I can tell you if you can see them.
Quick wits investigation. Let's
Mhm.
yoink.
So you're not able to see where his flashlight went, but his crowbar is on the ledge.
On the ledge, so I could like grab it.
Yeah, you could probably grab it.
Okay, so I think she goes about right here. And I think she's just going to train her flashlight down on Giles. I think she's concerned that this isn't the only one, and she wants to make sure that he's not gonna get like even more fucked up. So when she bends down, she scoops up the crowbar. She's keeping an eye on this shadow thing, but she has pointed her flashlight down at Giles.
Okay. Will that conclude your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Xander.
Yes.
It's your turn.
So this thing is big, right? Like it's kind of like clutched on the wall, dangling down.
Yeah. So the thing about it is that it's long. I wouldn't say it's big. It's not like expansive, really. It's very willowy. It's very thin, very Slenderman-esque. But it's very tall. It's very long. Its legs, which it has too many legs, are too long for its body. There's too many joints, too many appendages attached to them.
So it's gotten close enough to like bash at like at the hands and the flashlight and whatnot. So would it be safe to say that within a step or two it would be within range for an attack, like punching it or kicking it? Kicking at it, rather?
Yeah, I think that for the sake of your melee attacks, anything within 3 feet of you could punch. So, or let's go 2. 2 feet's good. 2 feet is good. From the edge of your model.
All right. So yeah, he as the thing tries to kick the light from his hands and whatnot, he kind of pulls back quickly, because it doesn't actually connect.
Yeah.
So yeah, he tries to keep the light trained on it, or rather.
Go ahead and put me a dexterity again.
Okay. Not 20, do 10. No success.
You don't know what it is about this creature, but you just can't. Like, the light doesn't stay where it needs to stay. It's almost like he's not standing where you want him to be standing. It's almost like he's like reforming outside of the shadows, and where the beam of the light is missing.
Okay. I think he's actually going to kind of just as he can't like pin the thing down. He's kind of freaking out a little bit. He takes the time to load the shotgun, and he's going to kind of look in Alice's direction and say, "Alex here," and he's going to slide the bag in her direction.
Okay, great. Okay, great.
I'm actually gonna have he's gonna like fuck.
I was so confused for a second because there was a third light, and I was like,
Yeah, yeah. I'm dicking with the actual light image.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had to alter the size of the one that I gave you guys.
Yep.
And I want there to be like an actual like I want the image to be more dynamic than it is.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I get you.
But yeah, he'd try to like slide it down to about that location, and just be like, Alice, get the gun!
The gun!
Just fucking grab it! And that'll probably be an end.
I don't know how to shoot a gun. I don't even know how to swing this crowbar.
no time like the present.
Here, Giles, take the crowbar in case something attacks you. Throws crowbar down, it hits him in the head, and he fucking dies.
He fucking dies.
Oh, fuck! Not Giles, he's my favorite late night radio host.
But yeah, I'd imagine you'd count loading the gun and sliding the bag over to her 2 actions.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
So you feel a brush of wind as this thing like I wouldn't say it steps. I wouldn't say it drops. It's more like it steps. One moment it's on the ceiling, and one moment it is down next to you. You feel a rush of wind. There's like this sensation, this dread that comes over you. He's trying to take a hold of you.
Was it grapple?
Go ahead and just roll your defense again.
Success?
You don't. He's trying to grab a hold of you, and as his hands move around you, and you're moving your flashlight around him, you hear that telltale sizzle that you heard with the substance outside, and his hand moves away. He reached free again. You get the light on him again. He moves away. You're keeping it on bay with just your flashlight.
Okay. Yeah, and Xander's kind of like taken a little bit of a more like flexible stance, I guess you could say. He's practiced moving on his feet and like kind of like dodging back and forth a lot. So he's a little better prepared for this kind of not being touched game as your average kid his age might be. This thing's getting fucking kicked. Instead of drunken brewmaster style, we've got like stone brewmaster style. Bong master.
Bong master.
Jesus Christ. All right, so that concludes your turn, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. Or that thing's turn, I guess, since it was trying to yeet me.
Mm. Maddie.
Yeah. Is it my go?
Yep.
Okay. she the bag is like pushed over to her, and she is just like, gun, fuck it, gun, and she like crouches down, I guess takes out the like weird fucking shotgun um out of the bag and is like holding it in the one hand where she doesn't have the flashlight. Um Actually, does this bag, she's gonna look in this bag for like duct tape.
For duct tape.
Duct tape, yeah, I don't know. Just like
You
quickly
would
glance.
plainly see like the shotgun hanging out of the bag,
Yeah, yeah.
with, like the barrel tipped up, but it had. Let me bring up my little notes just to make sure. It doesn't have duct tape,
Great.
but it had chips, a bottle of beer, a
Okay.
half-eaten bag of beef jerky, 2 cans of soda, and 2 cups of pudding,
Okay,
a
great.
bunch of shotgun shells, and a shotgun.
Alright, yeah, she takes out the shotgun, holding it in one hand, flashlight in the other. Oh gosh. She's going to look down to make sure that there's not more of those things around Giles.
You don't see anything.
Cool. Okay. Is this thing like basically on top of Xander?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's no way I'm not like I'm not using this gun right now. I think while it's distracted with Xander, she's going to whip her flashlight around and try and catch it in the beams while it's like trying to fuck up Xander.
Try to keep it pinned down.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and flip me a dexterity as per normal.
Cool. No.
God, you guys used up all of your good rolls yesterday. That's how it goes, though.
Yeah.
So this boy is able, as you're trying to get a hold of him in the light, he's able to like slip around behind Xander. So a lot of him is being shadowed by Xander's body.
Gotcha.
Xander, you see this thing move behind you.
So it's kind of clear from like the lights, like as it's moving around, because like she was shining her light and I had my light on it. So like I could kind of like make out where the thing is.
Yeah, like you also have give me a go ahead and give me a wits perception or intelligence. Let's do intelligence perception actually. It'll matter for this.
Perception's not a thing in this one. Presence or
an intelligence investigation.
Okay.
I wanted to see if you're putting together a detail that this thing is doing.
1 success.
It can't move through light, and you're able to put that together. Before it kind of you put it together when it backed away from your lights to be able to like move away, because it pulled back away from the light and then moved up again towards you.
Okay. I'll kind of aim my light at it, but also a little bit in front of where it's going, so it can't like get too far away, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Go ahead and flip your dex to keep it trained.
Okay.
No successes.
Oh.
But obviously you do move it in that direction.
So I don't get to like keep it pinned down, but like I kind of stop it from like getting too far away, I guess.
Yeah.
Or okay.
You assume that with the light being pointed the right way that it is around the chamber, it can't move through the light to get all the way behind you. It'll have to move back towards Alice because it can move up on the ceiling over towards where Alice's light is, but there's no ceiling over here for it to attach to.
I'm going to he's gonna slip into like less of a loose style and more into a actual defensive pose, and he's gonna perform a defensive kung fu attack on this thing. He's gonna like slide up and just kick the shit out of where this thing's like I guess what you'd call its face or whatever, its head. Or
yeah, go ahead and flip your thingy. This is bashing damage, correct?
I believe so. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Okay, so I think this is this strength or dex in a roll in this.
I am unsure.
Unarmed attack.
Unarmed attack is kung fu style. It's strength press, strength press brawl with any bonus dice.
And how about willpower in this system?
What do you mean?
Spending willpower specifically. Let me look that up real quick. In the other system, you could spend willpower to essentially guarantee at least one success on a roll.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly how this works in this one too.
Okay.
Let me get that answer for you. I feel like a lot of the of people listening in on this is just me checking rules over and over and over.
Well, that's the best thing when you're like learning a new system.
It would help if I actually read the book.
Fair enough.
I've played this before with VTM, and I know how it works because I read Geist. So it's like this is the same thing.
Yeah. The thing that keeps tripping me up is this is New World of Darkness, and it has completely separate rules over 20th Anniversary Edition, which is what I'm used to.
Yeah.
So like I keep getting tripped up. You may spend willpower for an extra dice, and your pool is reduced by no dice penalties. Okay.
Yeah. So if you had a reduced penalty from being like hurt or something like that, it wouldn't happen.
Okay. So I'm gonna spend 1 point of willpower to ensure at least one success on this.
Okay.
And then we're gonna roll my 5 dice. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Oh my god.
5 successes?
So you feel you feel your hits contact with this thing. And when I say contact, I mean contact. You feel hitting something. But what you're hitting isn't physical. Not really. It's akin to punching sand or punching water. You feel your hits hit it. But it doesn't give like something Fleshin would give. This is something about this is different. If that's not abundantly clear so far, something's different.
So does it kind of like give way or splatter like water or sand would?
It splashes.
Ooh,
It splatters. Pudding. Think pudding.
God. So like he just like kicks the shit out of this thing, and drives like fucking his entire foot through this thing's gelatinous face, and does it stick to him like
No,
his leg?
it doesn't stick to you.
Okay, that's a little less worrying. So like, so it does it splash like everywhere, or does it just kind of like get deformed from being like the force, I guess?
I would say it gets a little scrunched out of shape. You said you kicked it in the head? Like that's
Yeah.
So, with the arc of your foot, like there are pieces that kind of flew off to the side into Alice's light and then burned away into the light. But for the most part, his body is still all together.
Like, he's like, what the fuck? He takes like the smallest step, like back to kind of like re-get his footing, because like he was expecting, hitting something hard, but like something like that isn't what was crossing his head, and he almost like it almost throws him off balance. But he kind of recovers a bit and again falls into a defensive stance. Specifically, that means he has a +2 defense to his next his next bout. Till next turn.
Okay. So this creature, it kind of slinks away from your light what it could. Though it is kind of pinned down between you and the light. And you feel it move forward towards you. You're ready for it as it moves. But its hands move towards the arm of yours that is holding the light, and it tries to push your hand out of the way. Go ahead and roll me your defense.
Okay. 1 success. Thank God for the defensive.
He is not successful in moving your hand, but you feel it hit you. You feel the surging of his mass against yours. But it doesn't hurt. You're tough enough for this not to hurt.
Okay. So it's just like a strong pressure or something?
Yes.
Is it enough to like drive me back to the ledge? Because I'm not too far away from that ledge.
No. It's not that strong.
Okay. So he's kind of like locked a little bit with it, I guess.
You get the feeling he's testing. He's pushing the waters. He's seeing what you are and how you work. You feel toyed with.
Alice, shoot it! Shoot it!
You're in the way!
Shoot it!
I'm not going to shoot you.
Alice, it is your turn.
This gun is so janky. I don't know how to use a gun.
I don't even know how to use a gun.
I don't even know how to use a gun.
Then keep the light on it!
Alright. Yeah, Alice is going... let's see here.
So as a clarification, on your light, so your light should be about 46 or 36 inches or 36 feet long, or sorry, it's 32. Hang on, let me make sure that's correct.
32.
From the center or from your end, this is why I remade them. That way I don't have to like. Yeah, it's about 33. At the end of that 33, that's where your light stops shedding light. Up to 38 feet, like 38 to 32, or 38 to 33, it's like a faint light, like an incandescent off the edges light. And then anything before that, it's like actually visibly illuminated.
Yeah.
I wanted to stress that's what this was, and that's how it works.
Yeah.
So right now you're actually not shining light on whatever this thing is.
Yeah, she's going to move.
But you are shedding light on Xander, which is it might be important.
It is. Yeah, I can agree with that. I think she's going to move up a bit, just about 12-ish. About right there. And she takes her flashlight, and I think she does basically this.
You want to give me a dexterity?
Yeah.
Give with your dexterity, it's already being pinned down by Xander's light. Go ahead and add a +2 to your roll.
Okay, so
+2 dice. Two more. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's easier for you to keep this trained on him.
Yeah. So that's 5 in total. Boop, boop, ba-doop.
Go ahead and roll me 6d10.
Okay, I gotta get the advanced out.
I mean, you can just do slash.
I can, but like, Aww. Still pretty good, but I'm sad about that 10.
Four successes is still nothing to laugh or scoff at. That's a lot.
Yeah.
So your light hits this creature on its core. You're able to train your light on it, and you see the murkiness, the reflective. You see it start solidifying. You see it reaches it holds up its hand to like protect its face. You hear this guttural squelching, like howling noise. You see its face, which had previously just been like this mess of goo and black ink, kind of splits open, and you see teeth. You see like structures take to its form, like it's being pulled out of the shadows and into something physical. It begins previously, like how you'd seen the substance on the wall or on the tree burn. It's burning.
Great. But not completely gone.
No, it's not completely gone.
Okay. Yeah, I think she's just going to I think she's just gonna cause they're still like close together, right? This thing and Xander.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alice Alice would never admit it, but she doesn't have the actually, you know what? She doesn't have the faith in this weapon to fire
Xander's
it.
masterpiece.
Yeah. Xander's monstrosity.
Dude,
yeah.
Don't be a coward.
Don't be a coward. Shoot the fucked up gun.
Just keep your light on it.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
You're hurting it. You're doing good.
Yeah. Hang on. Let me check my thing real quick.
Like its mouth was kind of opening and like teeth and like it was gonna bite or something. Or rather screaming or yeah, but.
Okay, yeah. She's
hard
just
to describe exactly what its reaction to it is. It's hard to describe exactly what his reaction to it is, but it's a very visceral and not good reaction to the light.
Yeah, she's just gonna keep the light trained on it, and that'll be her thing, is just trying to burn this thing with the flashlight.
So, as you are holding it on him, you feel the flashlight become hot in your hands, and you see its head turn towards you. There is some sort of interaction between this creature and your flashlight. You don't know what is happening, but you know it's burning. Lose an hour of time on your flashlight.
Yikes. Alright. Lost. Alright, cool. Bo-bo-ba-dope.
Okay,
How many successes did you get earlier? You got 1, 2, 3, 4 successes?
Yeah, looks like it.
And then you rolled after that for the 4d10. What did you roll the 4d10 for? Damage?
Me?
who me?
Yeah, you.
No, that was wait.
That if you 40 to 10 was your defense.
That was a defense roll.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay. Is it it's my go, right?
Mhm.
Okay. He's gonna like it's pretty well pinned down by her light at the current time, right?
Yes, and it is no longer shiny.
No longer shiny. Like the like weird goopy skin's kind of getting
It's like it's dried.
burned off or dried. Okay.
Punch that bitch.
Okay. Yeah. He's going to essentially do the same thing he did before, only. Yeah. No. He's still gonna be maintaining his defensive his posture, and he's going to as it starts looking away. No. As it starts looking away toward her, he's gonna kind of realize that that's not a good thing. It's focusing on her. He doesn't want it to focus on her. So he's gonna try to get the thing's attention again. He's gonna direct the light a little closer to it, I guess, still keeping it pinned down, but kind of as it's moving away a little bit, he's kind of keeping that same ratio so it can't slink backward, right? So it's still trapped there between their lights. And then he's going to attempt to hit this thing again.
Okay.
I'm going.
So you're not directly pointing your flashlight at it, right?
No, I'm specifically trying to keep it pinned down, not aiming at it. But yeah, as we're gonna do the same thing last time, and he's really going all in on this one, so we're gonna burn another willpower. This is what he's trained for, Plus he's getting a little he's definitely getting agitated at this thing, the horror is starting to he's a little less off balance, I guess, than he was a few moments ago. I mean, this is something he can actually touch, and it seems to be being hurt, and that is a lot more inspiring, I guess, to him in this moment than a few moments ago when it kind of was this thing that couldn't be touched by the light and was just slinking around through the shadows. Anyway, what was it? 5d10.
It is. Yeah, it's your
plus,
brawl strength plus brawl.
Yeah, plus his willpower. So 1 success, plus 2 more, so 3 successes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay. How did I do that again? We just did this.
I think it was. I think it's 1 to 1.
I think it's strength plus number of successes, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it's. Let me. How. Gotta find the damage. Okay, so
yeah, I'm finding the attack. I'm not seeing the damage. God damn it! Where is it? And so that's chapter 7. Keeps sending me to different places. Okay, so there's.
I believe.
I know in the other system, it was your strength base for unarmed, but it was strength plus 1 for a knife or something like that. I just want to
Okay,
check
so each success.
base strength plus number of successes.
So each success achieved is based on the kind of damage is appropriate to the weapon used. Bashing for brass knuckles, lethal for a knife or pistol.
This would be bashing, yeah.
Yeah, so it is just your successes in bashing damage. You don't get a roll again unless there is a reason why you'd roll again. So like if you did attack with a shotgun, for example, technically I think we're taking one step too many with our damage. I think it's just your attack versus their defense, and then whatever successes you get is what damage you deal. I believe that's how this works. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's you're right. It's number of successes
Minus their defense.
Yeah.
I believe it's minus their defense rolls. But I might be wrong.
I think it's just the straight number. So like if it has a 2 defense and I hit it for 3.
Yeah. So you don't roll 2. You just get the attack suffers a -2 penalty.
Okay, so I had 3 successes. So that would be applied against its whatever armor it has.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it will take an additional point of damage.
Okay.
As you hit it again. So this time it doesn't goop like it did last time. It powders. It's like punching. This time it's like punching gunpowder. There's this black dust that just banishes from where you hit it with the goop underneath. Its turn. It is going to make it swing at you. Also, with it being that way, I don't want to have you rely on the rolls because I was doing the rolls wrong. So I'll go ahead and swap back to its the normal rules for combat with this.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, you're fine.
I just imagine it like fucking trying to claw at me through the light, and Alice is just like holding her flashlight with both hands, and it's just like sizzling.
Yep. All right, Alice.
Take that.
My turn. Oh boy.
Xander's just kind of yelling. He's just like, "Yeah, you like that? You like that?" He punches it.
Oh boy. They are, since it's like solid now and like pinned down essentially. And we've sort of like backed it up against the wall. I think Alice is going to like saddle up sort of like this way so she can get a bit more of an angle on it. This is sort of like this.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me another dexterity +2.
I believe that's 5. Not great.
Oh no.
So as you step closer to it, you hold its light on it, and then you notice it catches. The light hits it, it reflects, it burns across its body, and then it starts crumbling. The best way I can describe it is the light, it simply fades into dust, which scintillates and reacts with the light of your flashlight the same way that the oily substance did outside.
So it's burnt away. Okay, got it.
Burns away.
Great.
Xander just kind of stamps on the dust as it's and burning away, just to make sure, you know.
1 second.
Yeah. You know what's really funny?
Mm.
I was trying to like find some music to listen to while we fought this thing, and I was like, no, this doesn't feel right. This playlist doesn't feel right. And so I pulled up the short God Complex playlist I've made up. And as soon as I put that on, this whole thing turned around. My rolls got really good, and I'm just like,
You jinxed it.
Sweet.
Yeah, like I still like I have like the map and whatnot full screened on one side and the book and like my character sheet and whatnot full screened on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So I still have like Kenshi on like pause, but it plays the ambient sounds. So all I hear is like the slow sound of like wind blowing through like the deserted caverns or like canyons and whatnot, and it's like eerie ambient noise, and I enjoy it very much.
Oh no!
Oh no.
My mouse is going out, so it double clicks all the time.
Oh shit.
So I tried to upload something and it got jacked up.
Oh no.
Give me 1 second before we move on. I finished some other things that I would like to utilize on this page
Okay.
to see if they work better.
So you want us to pause entirely, or go to just like
Yeah, go ahead.
freeform RP after this is done?
Go ahead and freeform.
Okay.
React to dealing with that issue.
Xander just kind of puts his light on the thing as it's crumbling, you know, and as it's like a pile of dust, he just starts stomping on it. He's like, yeah, yeah. That's like all he could think to say is, yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. What even was that?
I don't know, but we fucked that thing up. Yeah. You know, he's just like kind of like amped a little bit, and like if paying a little bit of attention, he seems like he's in a little bit of a better mood than he was before. You know, I'm not gonna say he's enjoying that, but like no, he's a little hyped. You know, this is probably the most exciting thing that's happened to him in at least since he discovered weed.
Yeah, Alice looks confused and still like sort of like wide-eyed, sort of like semi-panicked, sort of amped, but like once she had pinned it down and it crumbled, and then Xander started going all hype man, stomping on it and yelling, I think that sort of like melts away into a sort of like, oh fuck yeah, I mean that was easy.
I'm gonna give like a quick little. Okay, so despite the yeah, you know, and you know, he kind of you see him like reach into his pocket. He pulls out like his cigarette and whatnot, and his lighter, and he starts to light it. You notice that despite the you know Xanderness of what he's doing, his hands are shaking. Like he's having a hard time lighting his cigarette. Like he's
What did you roll for that?
composure.
Composure?
Yeah.
Honestly, let me.
I just rolled straight composure.
Oh, I'm doing great.
So like he's not doing the greatest of actually like showing that he like despite that, you know, reaction and, you know, obvious like being a bit pumped, he's legitimately like still shaken, and
Yeah.
you know it takes him a good like 5 seconds to light that cigarette, and you know he brings it to his lips and you kind of get the feeling that it might not exactly be a tobacco cigarette.
Oh, gotcha. Alice was like about to ask, for one, and then she was like, wait, no, I don't want that. But yeah, no, I mean, for her composure roll, like, she's fucking icy. She, as he sort of lights up his joint, she gets this sort of like almost shit-eating grin, and she moves over to where it was, and like sort of crouches down and looks around at the I think at this point probably non-existent dust, and straightens back up, pushes her hair out of her eyes, and she's just like, well, not entirely a surprise, but still, that was intense. And she holds out the shotgun to him and is like, this isn't my jam.
He pauses and he kind of nods and he kind of thanks. He's like, all right, yeah, thanks. I just, you didn't have anything, and I'm, if you didn't notice, I'm pretty good with my fists and whatnot. So I figured, you sure you don't want to hold on to it, just in case?
There's a crowbar that Giles dropped, and then she like pauses and she's like, oh shit, Giles.
He goes like he just stiffens, and he immediately he kind of snuffs out the the little thing on his joint. He puts it back behind his ear or whatever, and he immediately starts like, Giles, look. He goes back to looking for a ladder and trying to make sure the man's okay.
Yeah, she trots over to where he was pushed and shines down the light on him. And is looking down.
So,
Nick, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay, I'm gonna make a quick roll for the toke he took, because drugs is a thing. Just to see how it affects him and whatnot. But stamina resolve, yeah.
Good.
Let me. Okay, so. And hold on, let me check my toxic resistance, because I think I actually fucked that up. I think I get an extra 2 dice or something. Boop. But yeah, I forgot that I was a mortal, so I make these these rolls. But yeah, he's totally willing to risk being impaired for a little bit of relief after that one. He needs to relax just a bit. The fuck is it? I just seen it. No. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, okay, so yeah, I did get an extra. Okay, so he'd have one success, so he'd be fine.
Sounds good. So
yeah.
he's able to hold his own against his
Yeah, he doesn't take the -1 dice roll to dexterity that getting stoned would give him.
Yeah, I get you.
He only took the 1 toke, so we good.
Gotcha. So you walk over to where Giles had fallen, and he's there. He's kind of pushed himself up. He's back against. He's got his back against the stone, but he's not really moving much.
Giles, are you still conscious?
He doesn't respond.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm going to. Xander's going to continue looking for that ladder, the way down, to try to find somewhere to get to the man.
So without this threat looming over you, you are able to find, you are able to see like a, kind of like a rough, like stone hewn, like ladder off, up towards the northwestern ridge. So you'd be able to get down there pretty quick using it. I'm assuming that's where you're heading. Is right over there.
Yeah.
Okay. When you actually go over there, when you go down, you see his flashlight had fallen down with him. It has since broken. The It landed on a rock on its face. Um, so you are down here with Giles. He is not moving.
Oh shit. Oh shit. He kind of looks down at the guy. Could I? He actually does know a little bit about medicine, about maybe first aid class, and um so I suppose he's gonna like start checking for the guy's pulse. He's gonna like see what's broken, if he can tell what's broken, things like that, or he's gonna try at least. um what would that be? That would be like, it's the same roll for me either way, but would that be intelligence or wits, medicine, you think?
I think that would be intelligence and
Medicine.
yeah, intelligence and medicine without your bonus.
Yeah, definitely not my thing. Oh shit, fuck, 2 success.
So you're able to do a quick preliminary on him. You put your hand down under his nose and you put your fingers against his throat. He's breathing and he has a pulse. You feel like he might have just concussed himself, which is not good, but he's alive.
Is he like out cold, like unconscious, or is he just like, okay? Yeah, he'd kind of look up, and she'd see him relax a little bit. His shoulders would kind of sag a tiny bit, and he'd be like, he's alive. He's out though. He needs some kind of medical attention. We got to get him out of here now.
Okay. Do you need me to come down there and help you get him out? Or do you want me to just light the way?
So the ladder, does it look like it is sturdy enough for
It's
the extra
hewn
weight?
into the stone.
Okay.
Like somebody actually pickaxed this ladder into the side of the stone.
Okay.
So it's sturdy, but it's not like it. There's not a lot to hold on to.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like think kind of like stairs, but more vertical.
Okay.
Okay. I can
Wait.
if you can get him over to the ladder and just like sort of lift him up a bit, I can start pulling him up while you're pushing him up, and maybe that'll help.
Normally you don't want to move people when this happens, but we don't really have much of a choice, and there might be more of those things. So yeah, we gotta go. He's gonna try to very carefully pick him up and start carrying him to the ladder. And then he's going to try to like start lifting him, and step by step kind of like helping work his way up to where she could help out as well.
Yeah.
So would that be just a straight strength, or do you think?
I think that you are in a situation where you could likely get it without assistance, or without rolling rather.
Okay.
You
just slow and steady kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So you're able to get to the top, and once you've reached the top, you help Giles over his shoulder, and Alice helps pull him up, and you pull yourself up onto the ledge.
Mm-hmm.
What is Alice doing after she pulls him up?
pulls up Giles.
Mhm.
I think she like lays him down, makes sure he's like out of the way a little bit, and she's like, I gotta find my phone real quick, in case we need to call like 911 on the way over to the hospital. I'm gonna go look for that just real quickly, while Xander is getting up as well. And she's gonna look for
Okay.
her phone that she dropped somewhere.
Okay. Yeah. He's gonna look around maybe for some like anything they might be able to like make a like a skid or something that they might be able to drag along. Like a length of wood or something like that. Uh, Anything that they could just rest the guy on and pull him along as opposed to just carting him around. Because I mean, I'm pretty sure he would know enough about like unconscious
me-
people and concussions and things like that to try his best to like make sure the guy is protected.
Oh, would that be a survival?
Yeah, I could. No.
Let me check the survival skill real quick. Yeah, I mean it's a physical skill, so I don't know.
Yeah. It would either be that or something like a maybe just an investigation to find something like that would like work.
Oh. Yeah, no, I would go ahead and do a wits and survival.
Okay. Jesus. Two successes.
You're able to find some. You're able to find some. You're able to find some old mining equipment. Different like planks that they use for the floorboards and the likeness of that. And you're able to fashion a sort of skid out of the straps of your duffel bag as well.
Cool.
You're able to get him on it, and you're able to carry him with relative ease using it.
Okay.
Okay.
So I would do that while you. That's what I would be doing while you're looking around and doing your thing.
Trying to find my phone.
Make sure you drop your willpower, by the way.
Yeah, I did. Or
Okay.
M.
Would that be an int investigate to try and find my phone?
Did you drop your phone?
I did.
If you just returned to where you were, you could probably find it.
Okay. Yeah, she scoops it up, puts it in her pocket, and then returns to help Xander get Giles out. Since he has that makeshift whatever it is, I think she just like goes in front of them with a flashlight and like nudges rocks out of the way, holds open the wood for Xander and Giles to get out and like that sort of thing.
Mm. It takes you a little while to find your way to the edge, back to the beginning. But once you do, you find that it is before you even get to the edge, you notice that it's pouring. It's coming down pretty hard. It's dark out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. We basically got out the same entrance we came in, right?
Yep.
Okay. The car's not too far away.
No,
Yeah.
but it's down by the woods.
Yeah, let's go. He'd kind of like check the flashlights. How long would you say it has been since the creature fight?
I would say it has been probably 15 minutes. It was probably 15 to 20 minutes of walking.
Okay, so we'd say like 15 back and whatnot, so he doesn't know this. But I probably only got about like a half hour or less on the light, so I'd imagine it'd start looking a little dim.
So your equipment says that it's got 3 hours on it. Did you?
It's 2.
It is 2. So you probably still have a good hour worth of time on it. If you would like.
Or no. Sorry. It was 3, and then it did the thing and reduced my light by 2 when I failed. So it was actually 1 hour. So going in 20 minutes and then 20 minutes back, it's probably only got about 15 minutes left.
Gotcha.
You see what yeah, sorry, I'm dumb at explaining.
So with you looking down at your flashlight, you do know that your flashlight has different settings.
Mhm.
You can set your flashlight to a lower setting to extend its life.
Yeah, he would definitely click it down a little bit.
Okay.
And he'd look to Alice and he's like, I'm almost out.
Mechanically speaking, your light symbol will change to this one.
Okay, so it's got like half the radius or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Normally your god dang it. I actually did these so that the file sizes were different, but this all resized them all. So this one, if this would go back to how it normally was, this is what you were using before, something like this.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's good. I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he'd click it and he'd look to Alice as like, okay, we really gotta hurry. Mine's almost dead.
Did you find Giles's flashlight?
No, I didn't even think about it. He kind of hangs his head a little bit.
It's
I just grabbed him and I didn't even look.
yeah, no, it's fine. I was just going to suggest that if you had, maybe you could like switch batteries, but let's just get to, I guess, my car, and we'll put Giles in the back seat, and we'll get the fuck out of here and get him to the hospital.
Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds really good. Let's do that.
I think Alice sort of like takes lead, and is just sort of like scanning the area in front of them, in a sort of calculated manner. Get off the wall. Get off the wall. Sorry, that's my cat. And jogging towards her car, fishing out her keys.
You're able to get down off of the edge and out of the off the entrance and down to your car. You pull back the blind and then realize that his car will be left here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys want to address that at all? Is that a thought that you guys are having, that maybe you should take his car with you?
Xander wouldn't have that thought. Well, I mean, he did park right next to us, didn't he?
Right next, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. If they hadn't been parked so close, that probably would have never occurred to him. But as they kind of pull the camouflage that they put up there, and he sees it, shit.
Do we want?
We shouldn't leave his car here.
We should.
I could go through his pockets.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I can grab it back.
Okay. Here. She pushes her keys into Xander's hand, and she goes, you follow me in my car to the hospital. I'll drive Giles. I'll just go really fast. I mean, fast-ish. She looks up at the sky and gets rain in her eye and like rubs it out.
You said you were searching Giles' pockets for the keys, right?
Yeah.
So you reach into his coat and you notice that he's got flares in his coat. He has just hand flares. And then you obviously take his keys, which you find in a pocket.
Yeah. Get him into the back of his car or like the driver or passenger seat, like one of the two. Make sure he's secure. Alice will get into the driver's seat of Giles's car, and I believe Xander is driving her car.
Yeah, Xander kind of glances to her as he's about to get into her car, and he's like, don't worry, I'm about 80% sure I'm sober enough to drive.
She like
He gives her a little bit of a grin.
She glares at him and is like, I'm not going to address this right now, and closes the door.
I'll try to keep it under 80.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he gives her a little wave and gets in.
Yeah. Actually, before that, I think Alice is going to stuff the camouflage stuff into Giles's trunk very haphazardly. But she doesn't want to leave that here.
Yeah, that shit's probably expensive.
Yeah. And also
and very useful. Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Gets in, starts the car, starts towards the hospital.
Perfect. So you guys begin heading out. You head out from the Walnut Road up past the Grafton Ghost Town, almost all the way out towards where the collision was, and then you notice a car sideways in the road.
Oh shit!
And flashing blue and red lights.
Oh shit!
No sirens on, but you are met by a familiar face. A familiar face just outside of the mine entrance. So like before you get to your collision, that is.
Oh, gotcha.
It is your friend, Lieutenant Blake Logan.
Okay.
He holds his hand up for you to slow down. As he approaches, you hear him start raising his voice. Giles, we told you that you weren't supposed to be out here. Open the door.
Alice like flings the door open, stands like puts it in park so she doesn't have to keep her foot on the brake. Stands halfway out of the door and like straight up yells at Blake and is like, "Can you get out of the way? We seriously need to get to the hospital."
Excuse me?
Yes, you heard me.
Go ahead and flip me a presence. Is intimidate? Is that a? Yeah, presence intimidation.
Cool.
Xander kind of pulls his car up behind. He's just like, "What the fuck is she doing?"
Boom.
2 success. Nice.
Somebody's hurt?
Yes.
Why are you in Giles' car?
Because it's
Giles.
Giles.
Oh, fuck! Why didn't you say something? Okay, hang on. He just kind of like gets in his car, fucking whips it into drive, and yells back to you. Look, just follow me. I'm gonna turn on my sirens. Just follow me to the hospital. All right?
She gives a thumbs up as she's getting back into the car.
He starts just going. Newman down to Cedar Point.
Yep, she follows.
Xander's just like, nice. Yeah, I get to go 80 after all.
Woo!
He's you can see him in the back joyriding in your car a bit. Yeah.
Of course.
You get to the hospital. You are able to get Giles taken in. Logan is with you the entire time. He doesn't really ask much questions at first because this isn't the place nor the time. But you get Giles. Giles interred to the hospital, and I'm assuming you're going to leave the keys with the medical staff and all that stuff. Leave the car there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you leave the car there. You step back outside, and Logan is waiting for you outside. Kind of has his arms crossed. It's raining. He doesn't seem to care. He's in a little like underhang over where the hospital, like like how they always have that big. He's under that. He's just waiting. All right. Spill the beans. What's going on? What happened?
Xander kind of looks at him and he's like,
She glances at Xander and then sort of shrugs and says, well, Giles fell into the pit.
In the mine.
Yes.
Give me a manipulation socialize flip.
Hey. Yeah. I mean, that's one.
Nice. This is one.
One really good one.
It's not a fail.
How did you guys get into the mine? We had people watching the front of it the entire night. We had people in the mine.
Xander gives him a little bit of a smirk. Well, we didn't go through the mill, so we found another way, and yeah, we tried to find think where the missing kid might have gotten into the mine from, and we found. It doesn't really matter too much. It wasn't through the mill. It was through the woods. One of the ducks down there. We found our way in. We were looking for him, and he hesitates. He had an accident. He fell, and we think he hit his head.
He kind of gives a slow nod before pinching the bridge of his nose and shaking his head. You realize how suspect this all sounds, right?
Alice sort of like, her brows sort of like pulled together in sort of like a confused way, and she frowns at Blake, and she's like, what do you mean? I mean, what you think? Cirilla. Sorry, my cat. You think Cirilla? I don't. She like shakes her head and just sort of like trails off.
I don't get paid to think or make assumptions. If that's what you're asking, I don't have any assumptions about this. All I'm saying is that you went down there with Giles. He got hurt after we told you not to. Are we just supposed to let that slide?
It's a free country. He's with a little bit of a joking look.
Flip me a presence persuasion.
Do I get my bonus for convincing? If I actually try to convince him.
You're not convincing him of anything, so no.
Fair enough. I'll take 2 successes. It's a free country.
Yeah, it is a free country.
You said the mill was off limits. We weren't at the mill.
You were at the mill. You went to look. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you why what you did was wrong. You both know why what you did was wrong.
I mean, if we hadn't have been there,
hey.
And what'd you find? Did you find him?
Hey! You said so yourself. You thought you had like every way down there, and you had people there, and you were looking around. Obviously not. there's still ways that the kid could have got down there and got lost in traps.
If you were down in that mine, we would have saw you, and we didn't.
Ask him when he wakes up.
If he wakes up, Xander, if
You know,
he is hurt because you went with him.
he would
you
have gotten
entertained the
hurt anyway. If we hadn't have gone with him, she steps up. She steps the fuck up to Blake and like puts her finger in his face and she says, "If we hadn't have gone with him, you know Giles would have gone on his own. He would have fallen down there and he would have died because guess what? You wouldn't have found him."
He lets you get your moment out before he sets both of his hands. He clenches his fists. He sets them on his hips. We had men in the pit. All 3 tiers.
He pauses. He looks at her.
So either you're lying, or you just happened to not be there right before I left.
No, like...
So which one is it?
How long out of game? How long were we in there? Like an hour?
Couldn't have been
Have
more
you
than an
looked at
hour
your
and a half.
phone? Have you looked at your phone?
Yeah, sure. I'll look at my phone real quick.
It is 9:48 p.m.
We were there at 12. What? This is definitely in-game mumbling. No, we showed up at noon,
No, you didn't.
didn't we?
We've had men out there all day.
She gives Xander like this bewildered look.
He looks just as flummoxed. No. He shakes his head. That's not right. Like we started. We went in there when the storm started,
Yeah,
right? Like it had just started raining. Like
I ate breakfast. We finished breakfast, got some gas, and we were over there by noon.
He crosses his arms.
My dad called me before we went in there, as she pulls up her phone records to see when her dad called her.
So you pull up the phone record, and you find the call. Sure enough, it says 12:35.
Yeah, 12:35. My dad called me at 12:35. I answered. We met Giles. We went in there, and it's 9 now.
Xander kind of.
You're telling me that you were running around down there for 8 hours?
Xander kind of looks at her. We might have been down there longer than we thought. He kind of like gives her a direct look, almost like a we need to drop this. We'll talk about it later kind of look. Could I roll an expression?
Yeah, do an expression.
And then, would you say this is manipulation or presence?
Manipulation. You're
Okay.
trying to get them to think the way you're thinking.
Cool. Where is... Yeah. 2 success?
Maddie.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and... Yeah, you're able to get his vibe, what he's trying to say.
What was his vibe again?
We need to drop this subject.
Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
basically... yeah.
She'll lower her, like her shoulders had come up in a sort of like hackles sort of thing, and she just like relaxes and like steps back away from Blake.
Look, he looks back to Blake. We went in there. We went in there when we said we might have got just like lost time. It didn't seem like we were in there too long. I don't know, but he did fall in the pit. We did get him out, and like we got there just in time to see you leaving. You know, if we like what she said was true. If we didn't go with him, he was gonna go in there anyway. I mean, the man showed up with a fucking crowbar, for God's sakes. Like, I don't even do that. He pauses. I mean,
another manipulation persuasion, because you're trying to get him to. You can take the bonus for convince.
Okay. What was the bonus for specialty in this one? Was it an extra 2 dice or?
It's an extra dice. It is an extra
single dice. Okay.
Yeah.
Here, I'll roll that added to it because I didn't do it. Okay. 0 successes.
He doesn't seem to buy it.
But yeah, he came in with a crowbar. Like, he was gonna go down there anyway. Like, if we wouldn't have went with him, he would still be in that pit. That's it. If you don't believe me, all I could really say is when he wakes up.
If he wakes up. He kind of lets an exasperated sigh before pinching his nose again. Look, my gut instinct is telling me to book you both. It's telling me to take you in until all this is sorted out and we figure out what the fuck is happening. Because the story that you're telling us isn't matching what we what we did down there, what we saw down there.
So he looks like he's about to say something else, and he kind of thinks a little better of it and just kind of shuts his mouth.
Xander?
Yeah.
Do you truly believe that you were lost in that mine for 8 hours?
He actually glances back at, like, they're in a hospital, right? Like, there might be like if there's a clock or something in view, in one of the waiting rooms or something, there normally is. He notedly looks at it, as if double checking, and yeah, yeah, I do. Like, we're telling the truth, Mr. L. Like, it didn't seem like that long. It only felt like an hour or so, but yeah, like, I know when we went in there.
I'm going to be by later on. I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm going to ask your parents some questions. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Don't do anything stupid in the meantime. For once.
Yeah.
I expect better from you, Alice.
She, like, clenches her jaw.
Xander notably stiffens, but says nothing.
You should go see your dad. He closes the door on the police cruiser. Or he steps over to his police cruiser and steps in. When he opens the door, you can hear that there's static. He closed the door behind him.
Fix your fucking radio, by the way.
He
just kind of mumbles it.
He starts the engine. He pulls away and he drives off.
Alice's reaction to the static is just to reach up and, like, rub her temples and, like, right before her ears and take just, like, a deep breath. She turns to Xander and holds out her hand.
He reaches for it.
She smacks his hand. Give me my keys.
He just kind of, like, throws his hand out.
He tries to hold her fucking hand.
Like,
Completely regret the situation. Oh, maybe she needs a friend.
He's like, he takes the keys and he just kind of, like, tosses them against your chest, He's got the tiniest of like little smirks on his face, you know.
She gets her keys and like gestures to her car. Just a side note, she left. I think she would have like left a note for Giles, with her number being like, "Hey, when you read this, give me a call. We'll talk about what happened." Or whatever, or something like that. Something along those lines. Or like whoever's reading this, yeah, blah blah blah. She leaves her number with Giles, or with the nurses, or whoever. But yeah, takes her keys. Let's get you to your car. Are they hungry?
I imagine that they'd probably be starting to feel hungry. It's been a while.
Yeah. Let's.
They had a rather exciting few hours, regardless, you know.
Yeah. Let's. I'm going to the Marmot, where your car is.
Yeah.
I assume you would like to tag along.
I'd rather not walk.
Right.
He kind of thinks a little absently. It's clear he's not really in a hurry to go back and, you know, see his mom. You could kind of feel the hesitation there. He's like, shit, she might already know. She told me not to go. You know, he just kind of hesitates, but he's like, I gotta get the car, so yeah. Fuck it, yeah. I don't know. I could
Yeah.
I could use something. I'm hungry. I need something. So.
Great. I think she gets into her car and I think she shoots her dad a text being like, going to eat at the Marmot, we'll be home soon. And then drives them to the Marmot Diner.
He texts back.
Uh-huh.
See you here.
Oh God. There's a small honk as she like forehead to wheel, and she groans but puts the car in drive anyways and starts driving.
So when you get to the Marmot, it's obviously in the middle of the dinner rush.
Mm-hmm.
But through the window, you pull up. You can see your dad.
Mm-hmm.
So your father, your father, Douglas, he's a tall man. He's got fucking, come on, Nick. You use your descriptor words. Make descriptions happen. He's got like super dark jet black hair.
Mm-hmm.
He's got somewhat beady eyes. He's wearing like a tweed jacket, like a rider's coat with the reinforced elbows, and he's chomping down into like this huge portobello burger.
Gotcha.
But I'm assuming you're still out in your car.
Yeah, she like parks it, looks at Xander, and is like,
He kind of glances in. Has he ever seen her dad before? I mean, they don't exactly. He probably wouldn't run in the same circles.
Probably not.
He probably wouldn't just recognize the guy.
He does look like he's some big shot from the
country
he's
club.
like wearing like a fucking suit or whatnot, you know.
Yeah, well, so it's a tweed jacket, but he definitely looks like he's from the Rose Gold Rose Gold Country Club. He doesn't really look like he's
Xander kind of glances in through the window from the thing. He's like, "Get a load of that dweeb."
She sort of like fixates a very exasperated expression on Xander and is like, yeah, what a dweeb. And she turns the car off and gets out.
Yeah, he gets out. He leaves the backpack in the car. And goes to the door and does the gentlemanly thing. Holds the door for her.
She rolls her eyes. She doesn't really like break her stride. She just like walks in.
He does the most dramatic after you kind of gesture with his hand, kind of bowing his head a little bit.
If she rolls her eyes any harder, they're gonna come out of her head. Oh my god.
So you step in. The woman who's working at the Marmot at this time is a younger girl. Your mom's already gotten off. She normally gets off at 9. She's a younger girl. She might be younger than you. It's hard to tell. She's got like burgundy hair. She's somewhat on the larger side. She greets you. She says, "Welcome to the Marmot Diner. I'll be right with you. Let me once the seat's been available," and then she gestures for you to sit in the waiting room, or the two little waiting benches right there. Of course, you could just enter and sit with your dad if you want.
She like hesitates, and I think she looks over to his booth and probably accidentally makes eye contact.
He sets down his portobello burger and then stands up. He stands up right there. He stands up right there. Alice!
She like...
Sweetheart, it's good to see you. Are you alright?
She gives this very like tense but trying...
really loud in the middle of the diner. Officer Logan just called it. Is everything okay?
Xander looks up.
Yeah, no, Dad, everything's great. Please sit down.
Xander looks up and just fucking grins when she just calls out, and then like he like visibly cringes when he mentions Officer Logan. Like it is the fastest like you've ever seen like a shit-eating grin like turn into just a oh god. You know?
Is this the boyfriend I've been hearing about?
No, what?
He starts toward the bathroom.
Did he say, "Is this the boyfriend?"
Is this the boyfriend I've been hearing about?
She like flinches and she's like, "No, I don't have a boyfriend." And like marches over to his table.
Behind her back, Xander does just kind of yeah, sure, like look. And just heads toward the bathroom still. Like, he doesn't want to be involved in this if he can.
She fucking dodged.
Oh my god. Yeah, she marches over to his table and is like, "Please sit down and stop yelling."
Does he have a tattoo of a marijuana leaf on his neck?
Yes, he does. And he's also not my boyfriend, so please sit down.
Is he your dealer?
No.
He kind of gives you this look like this. You don't smoke?
What do you say?
Is he your dealer? And then she's like, no. He's like, so you don't smoke?
I don't know what you want me to say here.
I want you to be truthful with me. I'm your dad.
Oh god. Did he ask if he was a dealer loud enough to like for Xander to hear him from across?
He was low with that.
Okay. I was gonna say.
She sort of like shakes her head, and she's like, "No, Dad, I don't smoke."
What is he kind of reaches like pretty invasively.
Hmm.
He reaches over and he kind of wipes your face. And when he pulls back, there's like this ink on his hand. What's all over your face?
What? She like I guess wipes, like rubs her face, like grabs the napkin, wipes her face off, and looks at it.
It's cold.
Oh. She sort of just like shrugs and continues wiping it off of my face. Continues wiping it off of her face, using her phone as like a mirror, and she's like, it's nothing.
Officer Logan said that you and that boy you're with decided to go dungeon delving.
Right. Yeah. It's Cole. So now you know. She like goes, throws the napkins away, and returns. And it's fine.
So what? You've hit that like rebellious stage? Did I miss that? He kind of sits himself back down before picking up his beer.
She has to bite her tongue, not to make a quip.
He kind of lofts his brow. Look, kid, have you eaten? Like,
No, I haven't. And she
he
sits
kind of like stands up. Hey, can I get some like service over here? Thanks, appreciate it. Thanks. The younger lady who's working approaches, kind of gives him like this oh my god expression. What can I get for you?
I'll just have a portobello, please.
Yeah, and don't skimp on this one like you did with mine, all right? Like, actually get a decent-sized burger. Like this right here, $8 for this? This is bullshit. Thanks. She steps away as he finishes up. He sits himself back down. He picks up his beer. He takes a sip. It's like this place is under new management now. Is it under new management?
No.
Well, they're getting to be fucking skimps. Anyway, how's school? I wasn't able to talk to Professor Frank or Professor Michael, but I was hoping that you might be able to tell me how your studies are going.
They're going just fine. I'm taking a couple smaller, just sort of summer classes, just like some. They're more.
Did you change your major back into pharmaceuticals yet?
No.
You know, like, I'm not gonna be able to run this business by myself forever. We're getting pretty big, and I'd really like to have you in on it. You know, you're the daughter of a very wealthy man, a very influential man, and it's kind of an insult to me that you don't want to take up the family business, especially after I worked my ass off to be able to give you this opportunity.
I took pharmaceutical classes for like the first 2 years. That should be enough, right?
Yeah, sure, honey, but it's not. Can I get a refill of this beer, please? Thanks. He kind of like hands off. Sure, honey, but like, what is it that you want to do? English? What do you do with an English major? Teach English? It's a fraud. It's like getting an arts degree. It's not a real degree. Out of game. So sorry for that comment.
No, it's fine. I don't have an English degree.
Xander's in the back, like, where's the lie, though?
The funny thing is that, like, I could have gotten an English minor if I had stayed for, like, another semester. So it's just
I know,
like,
but you have an arts degree, don't you?
So technically.
Coding. You've got a coding degree.
No, I have a computer science degree. The
There we go.
emphasis is in game development.
Yeah.
Same.
I have a
Same, bro.
minor in art.
Okay, cool. So,
So
I was like, oh man,
feel
I
that.
hope I'm not like accidentally roasting this poor girl.
No. You're purely just roasting Alice. My parents were like, yeah, no, computer science, that's good, right? And theoretically, they're correct because nobody actually cares about your emphasis. But anyways, Alice has like where she was really spunky and like upstartish with Blake, with Logan, Officer Logan. She's sort of just like taken her seat in this booth. Um, doesn't meet her dad's eyes a lot. Is trying to avoid everybody else's gazes. Uh, uh, and is just sort of half-heartedly um defending herself. What was the last comment he made? You can't really do anything with a English major. Okay.
Yeah, what are you gonna do with the English major? Teach English?
I don't. Maybe I. Um.
Yeah. So
I'm.
like, are you? What's
I'm.
that gonna be doing for anybody?
I'm trying to learn more languages. That's helpful
Sure, and
for.
that's earnest work, but like, look, this whole English thing is kind of like theology, you know? It's not real. It's She just kind of shrugs, like it's like, look, I say this because I care about you, you know? I want you to be able to succeed, and uh, turning your back on all the opportunities given to you is kind of a foolish decision. I'm just hoping you'll you know, grow up.
I mean, maybe if I went to a more renowned college.
Sure. Like, where are you thinking? Like, Washington University?
Maybe. I'll look into it. And she sort of like sighs heavily, um, looking at the tabletop of the booth that they're in, and just sort of like leaning back and putting her hand on it and like making little symbols, just like almost like she's doodling, but she's doesn't have anything to doodle with. I'll I'll talk to my advisor, I guess.
He kind of gives a nod before reaching for his beer.
Hmm.
So that's it, huh? I guess I kind of owe you an apology though. I told you I was gonna be home for your 21st, and I wasn't. But I mean, I'm here now.
I mean, I she like gives like this weird laugh and she's like, I'm still 20, Dad.
Huh. Well, I guess I didn't miss it after all. Not that bad.
Hmm.
Well, there goes my plans for the weekend. He kind of snorts.
Oh my god. She like winces a little bit and she's like, sorry. Um and she
No. Sorry, actually, that's not gonna be too bad. I could probably sneak in, pay off. But look, I know that you know you've never been to you've never been to the Rose Gold, and so I figured, you know, for your 21st, I'd take you out there. I just forgot you hadn't turned 21 yet, so we'll just sneak you in. It's fine. It's fine.
Right. It's fine.
Yeah.
She like turns away from him and is searching for the waitress. Just a little bit. Anything, anything to keep from having this very painful conversation.
So your waitress returns with your portobello burger.
Mhm.
She sets it down.
Mhm.
This one looks a lot better than the one you had previously. It's clear that him uh,
Being a douche.
might have had some sort of an effect.
Mm. She gives the waitress like a sincere but very brief smile, and a thank you.
You're welcome. Enjoy your food. She steps back away. He kind of snorts at her. What a fucking bitch. Can you imagine somebody like that has to work in public?
She takes a bite of her burger and just like shrugs.
If she was my employee, I'd have her fucking job. I wouldn't let my employees talk to people that way. It's fucking ridiculous. So anyway, who's that friend you were walking in with? He's not your dealer. He's not your boyfriend. So who is he?
That's is Xander still in the bathroom?
He's
Oh God.
he takes his time, you know. He goes to the bathroom. He washes his hands.
Yeah.
He shoots off a text to to his buddy. He lets him know, hey, your dad might be pretty pissed tonight. Sorry. You might want to stay the night at you know, someone else's house.
Jesus.
Yeah, just
Hey,
heads
Cap.
up.
HPHP.
He sends back just like a fist emoji, you know.
Oh, hell yeah.
He puts the phone in his pocket. I'm guessing his face is like covered in coal and shit too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he kind of has a bit of a like an almost panic attack when he sees his face in the mirror and sees all the, you know, like the chalky black, because like his first reaction is, oh god, it's that shit, you know, from the monster.
Oh God, yeah.
Like he looks up, he sees like it all over, he jumps and he just, oh, you know, woof, starts washing his hands, you know, washes his face, takes a few deep breaths, goes to the bathroom, like the bathroom window, cracks it open, smokes a cigarette, you know,
Yeah,
making sure to blow it out the the window. You're taking his fucking time before going back because he's got a feeling, you know. He's like, I don't want to be involved in this conversation.
yeah.
And then finally he'd be like, ah, fuck, okay, you know, time to go out there, you know. He would step outside. He tried to make his way kind of inconspicuously to the bar, I guess. And glance up, notice that they're still chatting.
You're able to get to the bar without being accosted. He doesn't yell at you or beckon you over or anything like.
Does he like look in my direction, or is he just not noticing me?
Nah, you just didn't even notice.
Okay, yeah, I'd, take a bit of a spot, like not like, about halfway, you know, between like them and the exit, you know, and I would he would just order a probably like like fucking Dr. Pepper or something, you know. He just wants something to drink.
Alice just sort of like shrugs and she sets the burger down and she's like, I mean, do you remember Xander? From like
No, I don't. I don't think I ever met him.
Well, that's Xander. We were friends in high school.
Oh, so he's like an old friend then. He kind of gives you a look. He glances over at Xander, takes a sit down. He lofts one of his brows. He's got these fucking thick ass brows too. Like I'm talking about like 2 inches wide.
I got real lucky. Oh boy. Nice. Thick.
How's your mom been?
She shrugs and she's like, I don't really know. I live in the dorms. I haven't been home in a while.
Well, I guess that's fair. Can't say I blame you. You gotta give it a shrug.
Have you seen each other yet?
Nah, didn't feel like it's important.
Hmm.
Your mom and I kind of got into a little bit of a discussion, I guess. I've been kind of pissed off at her ever since. You know how she gets. She gets lippy. So she says shit she doesn't mean. And then it's suddenly my fault that she decides to be a bitch.
Right.
Yeah. She's been taking care of you though, right? Like sending you the money and stuff like that I've been sending, right?
Yeah.
Good. Are you doing good on money?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I can help you out if you need, because like I decided to bring some up with me before I got here. He opens up his wallet and he sets like $400 on the table and just slides it your way.
Jesus.
Xander just happens to look back and he sees it and he kind of chokes on his fucking.
He's just like.
He just chokes on his Dr. Pepper. Like.
She. She winces a little bit, but she does like take it and she's like, "Thanks, Dad."
You see, if I sent you to a bigger college, I couldn't take care of you like that, you know? That's why you're here. I can actually afford it. If I were to send you somewhere else, then I'd have to start thinking about like reallocating my assets and doing this and doing that. It's just a big fucking headache, and it's just easier if you go here so I can take care of it.
Right.
Something on your mind? You seem kind of distant.
I'm just a little tired.
Xander's trying to eavesdrop a little bit.
She like shrugs and rolls her eyes like it's no big deal. I mean, you know, you got that call from Officer Blake. So yeah, it's just been a busy day.
Well, like, fuck him. He kind of laughs. He lifts his beer. You know how small town cops are. They pretend like they're fucking important. They walk around the town like everybody should be kissing their ass because they're the hand of the law or whatever bullshit. But honestly, all they're propagators of this small town drama. You want to find something to fucking bitch about and then hold on to it for 4 years, and you're arguing with your wife over shit that didn't even happen, that can't be proved it even happened.
What did he do? Out of game, what did he do?
Find out in game.
Oh, great. Okay, I had assumed that she would have known.
No, you've got no idea. He's just going off.
He's just going off. Okay, she like frowns a little bit and she's like, "What?"
No, fucking,
I don't.
It doesn't matter what happened or what. Fucking fuck cops. Like, fuck small town cops especially.
Right. Okay.
Is Xander close enough to hear any of this?
Oh yeah.
He just kind of raises his glass a little bit, like almost as if a toast.
So, you're in town for the weekend?
The week. I'm leaving back out on Friday.
Okay.
I can't risk staying here on a weekend. It's like when I do the most of my delivery reports and that sort of stuff. You would know that if you actually, took an interest in the family business.
Right.
Look, Nebraska's it's nice. You don't have all this bullshit mountains that you always have to fly over. If you want to go somewhere, you can just go. You should let me fly you out and fly you out.
What, to take a tour of the facility or whatever?
Well, yeah, but there's the other house there, and you can stay out there if you get tired of your mom's shit. He kind of snorts.
Internally, she's like, and probably meet whatever mistress you have. She shrugs a little bit, and she's like, yeah, maybe. I guess that could be.
Does Laura still work here?
Yeah.
I haven't seen her since high school. He kind of shakes his head. Anyway, what were you saying?
I mean, sure. Yeah. Okay. Maybe sometime.
Maybe sometime what?
Maybe sometime I'll, I guess, come to Nebraska. She like winces at the end of that.
He kind of looks at you for a moment before nodding. I think I'd like that. But hey, anyway, I gotta turn in. I probably gotta head home and see how your mom's doing. If you want to come home and spend the night with us, you know where we're at.
Yep.
Did she clean out your room?
I don't think so.
She better not have. I fucking told her not to. We got in a fight over that right before you left. I told her that she needed to keep it there, and she can't just fucking take over your room for whatever bullshit she wanted to do. What was it at the time? Sewing? She wanted to sew? It's 2011. Who fucking sews? He kind of smiles toward you. He's really quick, kind of invasive. He reaches in, he takes you by the back of the head, he leans over, kisses you on the forehead, and then pushes himself up. His mustache reeks of beer, and it firmly stamps your forehead. I'm heading home. You got my number if you need me. I'll be in town, so we should do something. And I mean it. That's an order from your dad. We're gonna do something this week.
She gives him a slightly awkward smile and nods. She has folded her hands together with the fingers interlocked to keep herself from like wiping her forehead until he's gone.
He leaves pretty quickly.
Cool.
You see him kind of send some flirts the waitress's way before he leaves, but then he leaves. How's Xander handling that?
How much would he have heard? I mean, he's not really
he's not a quiet dude.
Yeah, okay.
Quiet, dude.
Yeah, he's not exactly like trying to super eavesdrop, but like he's not exactly not listening either, you know. As he starts to leave, just when he's still barrel like within earshot, Xander kind of looks to her. Great guy.
Oh jeez. She gives
it's a very like it's probably like it's one of those comments that he wants the other guy to hear, you know, but great guy.
He's saying this like in the within earshot of her dad.
Yeah, like as he walks by.
Oh gosh.
You know, he kind of turns over to her on the bar stool.
She's sitting alone at the booth now against the window.
Great guy. I can see why you don't spend a lot of time at home.
She sort of just shrugs. Yeah. She like sighs and puts both of her elbows on either side of her burger and just like runs her fingers across her like forehead and brow and is just staring at her burger.
He kind of goes over, sits, sits in the booth, kind of, relaxes a bit. Sprawls out would be the better word. He kind of like, he's not sitting so much as he's got his legs up on that, taking up the entire side of the booth. How that was better or worse than expected?
About as I expected.
He glances back to where the man left. Want me to hit him?
Hit him?
Yeah.
Like
he gives her like a little grin.
Are you offering to like beat up my dad?
Well, I was joking, but I'm not offering. He kind of just glances back after him with a flat look.
She shakes her head and she's like, no. No.
He kind of, all right, fine. You talked me out of it. Kind of frowns a little bit as it's like the little ploy is obviously not working. He's like, all right, well, I tried. So, your dad didn't murder you now all we got to do is see if my mom murders me. He kind of glances warily over his shoulder.
You would know your mom's off work.
Okay, well, he still would. It'd almost be like a involuntary action, right? Like almost as if he kind of is used to watching what he says around here, I'm not gonna lie, not really looking forward to going home. She kind of asked me not to go back to the mill today.
Yeah, I might actually have to go home. If I don't, I might not hear the end of it.
Well, I figure after what we went through, going home would be the least scary part of the day.
You would think.
Yeah, you would think. He glances out toward his car. So are you gonna be okay to get home? Like, are you good?
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
So sometime not now, not here. We need to figure out what happened.
Yeah.
Because I don't know about you, but I really, really don't feel like 8 hours, that's not right. And that thing that, he's lowering his voice a lot. Like, I just, we just need to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense, but yeah, no, we definitely need to talk about it. Are you gonna be good?
He kind of holds up his hand. I'm fine. I'm good. I got to I got to go out, have a stroll. I got to punch whatever the fuck that thing was in the face. That was actually pretty cool, I guess.
It was pretty bad.
Horrifying and deeply unsettling, and I don't think I'll ever sleep again. But pretty cool.
Well, at least you'll have more time to do things if you're not sleeping, I guess.
Right. Like, I'm gonna go home, and assuming my parents don't literally kill me, I'm probably going to get very, very high.
Congrats.
He just kind of nods his head a little bit. You're sure you're gonna be okay though?
Yeah,
Like,
I'll be fine.
okay. I think I'm going to turn in then. Go and face the music.
Well, good luck with that. I'm going to eat my burger and think about how much of a tip might make up for the small amount of abuse my father has placed upon these people.
He kind of looks her over, tip high.
Yeah, no. I was going to leave a single penny, really rub the salt in.
Well, apple didn't fall far from the tree.
You take that back right fucking now. You take that back right fucking now.
He gives her a grin. I'll see you when I see you.
Yeah.
And he's gonna head out. He's gonna head home.
She eats her burger.
With Xander heading back towards his home, and Alice finishing her burger, and the relative silence of the dying clamor of the marmot of the marmot diner. I think this is as good as a place as any to go ahead and conclude the scene.
Cool.
Does anybody have any closing statements they would like to make before the campaign is concluded for this session?
Not particularly.
All right. Are there any questions that we can answer before we head off?
Did you want to do experience and whatnot now, or off screen?
Off screen.
Okay, cool.
Okie doke. Yeah. I don't think I have anything. Other than like, Alice does actually end up going properly home, instead of to the dorm.
Okay.
As much as it sucks. But yeah, I think other than that, boom.
All right. Well, thank you all for stepping in. If indeed you still are listening, this concludes the second episode of Shadows of Cedar Point. We look forward to having you with us again.
Bye.
Sorry.
Goodbye.